YouTube, hello, what's up? Welcome. Today I'm going to do some game dev. I'm working on a game that's going to be like Pac-Man. It's actually a game that's a dungeon crawler that's in a game that is, well, it's like Tamagotchi. So if you think about it, it's like Tamagotchi dungeon crawler Pac-Man. Does that... Here, I'll show you. Let me just kind of contextualize, because when I say that, it kind of doesn't make sense. But if you play it, it does make sense. So you are like an influencer, except for cats. Okay, like you're a cat influencer, and so you have this house. Let me show you where you take care of your pet, and it's a 3D game. I haven't finished it yet, but it's a work in progress. You see, there's a cat. Here's all the stuff. Okay, there's things you can do. But specifically, if you go on the computer and you be your cat influencer yourself by posting online, you open up this little application. And then you're planning your posts. Let's make a YouTube post. Okay? And so then, whoa, look at this. And we're a little brain. I don't know if you can tell, but we're a little brain. See? And you're moving around trying to come up with ideas to post on social media, right? So here we are, boop, 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 looking around, okay? And I've only got 2 ideas in right now because, you know, I'm just trying to build the game first and then I'll flesh out all the extra stuff. But, so it's a can of cat food. So if you go up to, whoa, what's that? Folks, that's Pac-Man. Now, the window is kind of cutting it off there a little bit. So, and that, again, this is the one that's built into the game, right? So that will take some tweaking. Let's not look at that. Let's ignore the tweaking that needs to happen. Let's just play because it's actually a game that's it's literally a project inside of another project. It's kind of a cool thing you can do with Godot and other engines, but you can do it with Godot. So this is the project that goes inside of the Tamagotchi. Like you can see the Pac-Man window filled out a little more. So you're playing this little brain neuron, right? Because you're a brain, right? And you think of an idea and then you use your little neurons to turn it into something that you can actually add to your post. And how do you know that you've added to because it's up there, okay? So just go with me here. It's a game. So yeah, that's kind of the general idea. And yes, wow, Crillionaire, you know what? It's funny, you have identified exactly what we're gonna work on today. You have! That's what I need to work on. So yes, that's correct. Being able to stop isn't exactly Pac-Man. Correct. I mean, look, to be fair, this isn't going to be exactly Pac-Man. I'm gonna take my own interpretation of it. But that is not a change of Pac-Man that I want. So if you look, I can just like literally stop mid-lane. I can move up and down. This is not, no. You cannot do this in Pac-Man. In Pac-Man, when you move down a lane a certain direction, you keep going that way. You absolutely cannot change unless you pass a perpendicular path. So if I'm my Pac person and I go, what's the color that's gonna appear good? Red kind of appears. Blue, yeah, it shows up. So let's say I'm moving this way, right? When I pass this perpendicular path, then I can optionally turn that way, okay? But if I miss that and I don't move up, we're gonna keep going. And if I try to turn like up right here, it's not going to work. It's not going to let it happen. I'll let the emo, I gotta tone those down. So it won't let you turn up right there because well, in mine it will, but we're gonna fix that. Now, if I come here, I can turn up. Does that kind of make sense? I don't know. It's kind of weird to explain, but basically you can't move the perpendicular direction to the direction you're moving unless there is an open path, okay? So there would be an open path, we could move down that way. Here's an open path, we could move down that. Does that make sense? So yeah, that's something I haven't done anything with the movement because for me it was more important to focus on merging the games together, right? because this is a game and a game and a game. So I already had this existing dungeon crawler made, and I wanted to make sure that when we put the Pac-Man-like in there, I could actually have it appear, right? And have it go away. To me, that was the top priority before we actually do the little gameplay stuff. So now that I do have that transition, you see the little details? I've been working on this off stream. I don't know if you see the little details, but I kind of did some cool stuff. So like, if the player is facing to the left and we enter it, the sprite, the big face on there is facing to the left. I also added eyes. There weren't eyes before. I did a lot of little things. Okay, so let's say we approach it from the right. Look, it's gonna be facing the right. See? It's facing the right. I did a lot of little things. And then it's like the eyes are open when it's like getting big, and then when it goes back down, the eyes are closed. You like that? I like that. So then look, the eyes are closed. When we move, you can't, it's kind of hard to see, but when we move, the eyes open and they close. Isn't that so cute? I think it's so cute. And I got a slightly better like walk animation. I think it's the cutest little thing. So yes, I've added some details. I put outlines on everything. So there's an outline. Thank you, 1UP. There's an outline on the player. There's an outline on every idea. So I've got it just feeling a little better. Yeah. I'm really proud of it. I know, they're just like these little touches really bring it together. I was like procrastinating it because I was like, programmer art, let me just live with it. No, these little touches make a big difference. So yeah, I'm feeling really good about that. But you know, every time I pull this up, somebody mentions that the movement doesn't make sense for Pac-Man, and it's bothering me, it's bothering you, so let's fix it. Now technically this would be the dots that you collect. I want to make this like art, but for now it's nothing and you just collide into it. I need to fix that. Also, these would be the ghosts that move around, and this one is going to actually run away from you. So that's other code I would like to do today if I have time, but I might not. We'll see what happens. So let's hop into that, but of course, first let me check in with y'all, and then we will get right to the coding. I hope your own Pac-Man likes are going well. You might be like, hey, yeah, I know, I'm excited for the pathfinding. I know I am. It's gonna be a pain, but I kind of can't wait. I kind of can't wait because I know it's gonna be a pain, and that's growth. Pain is growth, usually. So not always, but often. In this case, it will be. Let me check in with what y'all are saying. Let me check in with what y'all are saying right now. Oh, so by the way, tell me about your Pac-Man likes. Why? Because we're doing a game jam. Some of y'all might not know about this. It's called the Game Like Jam. It's a game jam that I host every other month. We make games like other games. It helps us just like have our scope in order because we already know what the game's gonna be. It's Pac-Man. It's games like Pac-Man. The game is actually embedded right on here, and it's got some interesting stuff on it. You can play the game. I added volume, by the way. We had a lot of complaints about the volume, so I've added a volume slider. You can control the volume now. You're welcome. And so yeah, it's the game. It's embedded right on here. You can play the original. You can play Ms. Pac-Man. They're all here. And then, well, we did Wolfenstein's before. I didn't mean to click on that, but now you know. There's also this cool like AI thing. So I don't know if I'm going to like try to recreate this exactly, but when I do get to that pathfinding part, it honestly I probably should recreate it, right? Because it's probably gonna make my life a lot easier if, again, I use the scope that I'm given instead of trying to come up with my own thing. So we'll see. It shows how all of them behave. Really, really interesting stuff. So head over to the Jam page. Link is in the description box, in the panels. Just wherever you are, you can probably find a link. I'll put it. Well, actually, it's probably in the chat too. So go check it out if you're interested. All right. So that's why if I say, tell me about your Pac-Man likes, it's because we have the game jam. It's happening. Wow, are we doing product jingles here? What the heck are you doing on right now? Welcome back. Love when you find old girls' games. Always feels simple after you fixed it. Oh my god, no, but it actually though, no, but so the problem that I had last time was like, I just missed, it was a typo. It was essentially a typo. And yeah, it was horrifying. I was like, this is gonna be complicated. There's some really convoluted reason. No. That it's broken? No, it was just a typo. Used to freaking love when my sister dressed me up in dresses. Hell yeah! Let's go! Dress up in dresses! Dress up in dresses! Or not if you don't want to. It's cool, I don't know much about dreads. Yeah, I don't call them dreads. I call them locks. I don't know, dreads are something else, I think. Who up crawling in it? Who up crawling in that dungeon? Welcome, Pedro. Knuckle cracks. You can only... Oh, was I cracking knuckles? Yeah. I don't even think about it. Thanks for following, Hezo Fuzzy. I could probably make a Pac-Man game. I bet you could. I know you could. I don't even doubt for a second you could. Would you make it in DOS? Or make it run like DOSBox? I think you would. You lose motivation instantly and end up submitting nothing. Oh, okay. That's fair. It's understandable. Every time. Speaking of dreads, I had an idea of a game where you are a flea and you have to crawl up a dread. That's offensive. What? Dreads don't have fleas? What are you talking about? What do you think it is? It's just hair. It's not a freaking wild animal. What's up, Vinge? Welcome. Clues were there all along for the game jam. Yeah, they were. It's true. I tried to be like really obvious with the clues for this last jam. Good morning, hola. I am doing well. Yeah, it's the earliest possible morning. If 1 a.m. is the morning, then it's the morning. I kind of think of that as night. Pocket has an idea. Curlinary uses they them pronouns. Pocket Oracle has an idea. I don't know if you can implement, but it would be funny if you did this as an interaction with the cat. So you're like trying to find the cat's other brain cell. What? The cat towers and cat food being in their brain would make a lot of sense too. I don't know what you mean. The cat's brain cells? I mean, I guess we are talking about brains. We have like a brain that runs around in the game. But that's the player's brains. I hadn't thought about brain cells. That is like a thing, isn't it? Heard. K-Hote, thank you for the sub. K-Hote, thank you for the sub. K-Hote. Oh, you can't see. Hello, thank you for the sub. K-Hote. Alright, this is your dance. Thank you, let's fucking go. What? K-Hote, stay supporting. Dang. Girl, thank you. I hope you're doing alright. What? Catnip power-ups. Yeah. You know, well, I mean, here's the thing. You're not a cat. I guess that's not clear. You're a person here. This is a person's brain. This is a person. I mean, no, the calling it a dread, I mean, that's very common to call it a dreadlock. It is. It's just, I don't know, it's just not really, like, culturally what I was really brought up to call them, you know? Super uncreative, so it's just gonna be regular Pac-Man. That's literally the point. That's literally the point of the jam, you know? The point of the jam is to give you I feel like, so anyway, Pocket, I feel like dread is kind of like a colonizer thing. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's dread. You know what I'm saying? It's like this kind of like negative kind of thing. But yeah. Look, the point of the jam is to give you what you're gonna be working on. You know? Like you're supposed to make it be like Pac-Man. And if you are daring, if you are feeling creative, either or, you can do more with it, but you don't have to. How do you join the jam? Oh yeah, I'll pay. I got you. Don't worry about it. You know what? I'm gonna hook you up. Link is in the chat. Link is in the chat right there. Let me make sure I put it up on Patreon too. Let me make sure, because I don't have the chat connected to Patreon yet. But I see you, Patreon. Don't worry. Here we go. So yeah, just go to that link, click on it, and then there'll be a join button. Then you can join the gym. It's that simple. You do have to have an itch account. Do you know what itch.io is? You gotta have an itch.io account. So you'll come to this page here, and then boop, 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 big purple button. Pop, 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 pop. Click that. That's how you join. It's really easy. And then obviously before the time is up, you have to submit your game. There's a month. There's like, there's 22 days. That's not a month, but it's pretty close to a month. There's a lot of time left. So, just so you know. Just so you know. You're not too late at all. You could make a DOS game. You're gonna use Raylib. Oh, nice. Love that. Lice, not fleas. Yeah, but lice isn't really in hair, is it? It's like on the head. It's on the scalp. But yeah. I mean, I don't know. What? Why? Why are you all gross? Answers before you miss. What mechanical keyboard do I rock? I don't rock any mechanical keyboard. This is not mechanical at all. Not even a little bit. This is a Logi K600. Know your head issues. They don't make them anymore, but they were made for like televisions. I like them a lot because they have mouse buttons on the side. This is left click. This is right click. I love it. And then the main selling point for me is it comes with a 2.4 gigahertz dongle. You know, like the dongle, so I can plug it into a USB port and it'll be able to communicate with the computer. But not only that, it also has 2 Bluetooth buttons. So I can switch it. Yeah, it's a little weird. I can switch it to Bluetooth devices and to something via USB, which I really love because my PC doesn't have Bluetooth. So yeah, it's kind of weird, you know. It's kind of like a circle trackpad. Whoa, look at that trackpad! Like itself clicks down. I just love it. I've bought like 3 of them before because they keep breaking. Because I love them very much. You know, eventually I'll stop being able to buy them used. But for now, I'm committed to sticking with them. Ba 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 ba, la 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 la. Flea crawling up a dog, nice. That would definitely go over well with a certain segment of the racial population. Reminds me of your mother. You hadn't brushed your hair in a while, compared it to dreads, and said, "Not in my house." That was strange. That was racist, is what that was. Not calling your mom racist. You shouldn't call people's moms racist. But I will say that would be an expression of racism, intentional or not. We're getting serious here. Oh no, my mom is right. Okay, well, I didn't say that. You said that. You're a cat in heart? Nice. Hell yeah. Same. What's up, Drip Advisor? Yes, I need some advice on my drip. Maybe the game should be Flea Crawling Dog. Never saw it like that, but totally makes sense. Yeah, right? Yeah, of course, Ola. Never thought of it, but are you mixed or non-white heritage? I am black and white. African American. White. Mixed. Is me. My daddy was black. My mama was white. They still are. They overcame the racial differences that plague our nation for one night. Literally, though. After a day telling Claude to try again. Claude, do it again. Wrong. I have finally acquired a melee weapon, attack animation replacement. Let's go. Nice, Finge. I look forward to seeing another update on your game. I was very impressed the last time I saw something. Curly doesn't pay attention to race, so he never noticed anything, but you talking about not being culturally raised, calling them dreads, kind of a colonizer thing, made me think of it. That makes sense that would make you think of it, yeah. Fair. Kept hooking into the wrong skeleton archetype or something. Archetype? Existential crisis and uncomfortable malaise that comes with it around sunset as dread. Not sure what was being talked about, but that's what dread means. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You got it. You got it. Yeah, exactly. 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 The trackpad is throwing you. No numlock? Oh, I ain't got none of that. I don't even have a keypad. I kind of hate that. I wish I did have those. I actually hate mechanical keyboards. I love them. Like, my spouse has mechanical keyboards. I get it. I just don't want it. Like, for me, like, keyboards being noisy, I'm like, no, stop, be quiet, be silent. Yes, they're loud. I want silence. I want to be able to glide quickly. Shh, I don't want to have to lift up my fingers like a ton to press down. Okay, I want to just... Right? This is me. That's just me. I want to be able to like pick it up and move it and do all this. And that's why I like having the mouse here. Because look, okay, look at this. I'm over here just like surfing. I'm skateboarding right now. I love this. Try doing that with a mechanical keyboard. Now look, again, I love it for you all. I do. It's not my thing. I respect that for you, Pocket. Because it's like, I get it. It's satisfying for some people. It's a good name. Negative hygiene connotations about dreads being dirty. Yep, exactly, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I feel like a lot of our ideas about race come from our parents, right? I feel like that's pretty typical. Using an animation tree for basic walking and running, and Claude couldn't figure out how to push the animations directly into the animation tree or bypass. If that gives an idea, is the problem. Did you give Claude the TSCN files? You probably did, but I feel like that helps. Especially if you're using like Claude for real, you know, you can put it in their like project files section. You probably already know this, but like upload it to the project knowledge. Actually, if you have a GitHub repo, you can connect your GitHub repo to Claude. And then have Claude just be able to look at that, which is cool. Then you don't even have to upload stuff. Well, you do, but not in the same way. Old clunky keyboards are satisfying to type on and stuff. New metal keyboards just kind of uncomfortable. Yeah, is this metal? That's some soft metal. Definitely don't like metal keyboards. That's how you feel mechanical keyboards. You have a video for me. Turns out the tolerances to make a silent keyboard are incredibly expensive and time intensive. Really? Yeah, you should post it in the Discord. You're looking back into drawing digitally so you can make your own assets for GameMaker. Ooh, GameMaker, Char! Wait, Char, you're doing GameMaker? Let's go! I think that's a great engine. That's a great engine for you to be starting out in. Hell yes. Turbo, nice. Yeah, we were talking about hair. Yeah, someone referred to my hair as dreadlocks, and I was like, I don't call them dreadlocks. We call them locks. The hair locks. They don't dread. My hair doesn't dread. It literally, the hair, it's like, it means a lot of things, but like, on one hand, like the hair literally is locking together, right? And not only that, but it's a protective hairstyle. So it's like locking my hair in place in a lot of ways. So like if I were to get like a comb and start at the end, let me see, you can't really see anything. If I were to get a comb and I were to come to the end and start, you know, picking it out little by little by little by little, I would have this gigantic freaking afro, right? Because it's protecting the hair inside of here. So the locking is sort of like, you know, it's a very intentional naming. All right, let's get to work. Let's do some game dev. Whoa, Wiz Khalifa. There was this Wiz Khalifa mixtape I had, and I really liked it. And then he started releasing albums. This happened so much where I really liked a rapper, when they're making mixtapes and then they release albums and they get like hella produced, and I'm like, I don't like this anymore. What was the I don't even know if I can even find it anymore, but it was like, it had this, like, I think Billy Joel sample song on it or something like that. It was whatever this album is. Show and Prove. 2006! Now that is ancient. Give you a little sense of my age there. Anyway. But then I remember you started putting out albums, and I was just like, I don't like this anymore. I guess I liked that more like kind of raw vibe. But then they get overproduced. You want to learn Bevy? You keep putting it off. Might once you're done with part 2 of day 8, 9 of Advent of Code. I mean, if you're into Advent of Code, you might be alright. But to me, Bevy is stressful. Like, these freaking... It gets like an entity component system, like, situation, right? That stuff stresses me out, man. That stuff stresses me out. Sensory reasons? Okay. Bevy, it's like an engine, but like a code. It's not like a front end. It's like a, I don't know. It's like an engine language kind of thing. Rust something. We them boys. Oh, that's what your username is in reference to. Working solution. Was too old or too inefficient. Yeah, that was exactly the song. Yeah, it's this song right here. I just love that song. I played this song on friggin' loop. Alright. Showing our age for real. Alright, let's do this. I don't have any single drop of loss of motivation to program. So let's make this Pac-Man. So to recap, what the heck is being done? There's a little mini game that pops up when we walk into these little things, and it's supposed to be like Pac-Man. What's up, Christian? Welcome. But it is not behaving like Pac-Man whatsoever. So we're gonna do that. But it's on the subtler side. I feel like I should put up the controls so you see what I'm pressing. So we're doing WASD, kind of makes sense, right? And when we come up in here, so now we're the little Pac-Man character. If I move up, I press down, you can see it moves independently, right? I don't have to hold it. And then if we move left and right, things happen. Now it gets caught. There's some kind of weird thing. It's getting caught on the physics, which is very bad. So I think what I'm gonna do is try to guarantee that it goes in the center. Probably the fact that I'm doing physics in general is like a little questionable. I kind of don't need the physics, if I'm being honest, because if I do it right, the physics should be irrelevant. What I could do, yeah, I think we should because currently it's like a character body and these walls are physical that it bumps into. I might be okay with that for the other objects pathfinding around, but I'm not sure that I want that for our character. I think it's going to be easier if it just moves on a track. So I almost want it to be like because here's the thing, I mean, I'm gonna build each level, right? I'm not gonna procedurally generate the levels. Don't feel like it. I've done enough procedural generation on this project. I don't think it's necessary here. So that means that I could just literally put paths on here. I could literally tell it, here are the lines that it's allowed to move on. You know, I could just straight up define those. And then it actually cannot move on anything but those lines. I think that kind of makes sense and isn't really that big of a deal. Although I will say that it becomes a lot more work if I want to rearrange the blocks. If I'm like, ooh, let me adjust the level a little bit. Well, now I got to change that path. So, not the necessarily most efficient thing. No, it's not going to be 10 hours today. That is not my plan. What's up, Aqua Baby? Ba 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 ba. Do the movement based off the tile map grid to keep it on the line. Oh, see, I don't even have a tile map. Welcome. I don't even have a tile map. I just literally, because I don't usually do 2D. I usually do 3D, and so I'm not really hip to what tile maps are like, and they scare me and they stress me out, so I just avoid them. But I bet that is like, that's a really good idea. I'm not. No, I don't. I probably should use tile maps, but I don't. I don't see the point. Let me tell you why I don't like tile maps. They're easy. I believe you. You're probably right. I'm sure you're right. I mean, look, think of it this way. What am I losing by not using them? Seriously, what am I losing by not using them? Because as of right now, this is totally fine and sustainable and it works. You know? I've never used RPG Maker. So I could do it that way, or anyway, I'm not looking for suggestions, thank you. I'm gonna ignore chat for 10 seconds here. Okay, so I want to, how do I want to do this? If I suppose I didn't lay down paths, how would I want to handle that? I don't know. I mean, I guess you could mathematically like calculate the distance between the walls. That sounds pretty janky. I think I need to just draw out the paths. I think that's what Aqua says sounds really, really smart and convenient, I will say. It sounds kind of brilliant. But I don't really know how to implement something like that. Well, you just said based. You just said based off. Maybe that's, I mean, yeah, what does that, what does based off even mean? Maybe I could do it mathematically, you know? Because they're always going to have that one tile space in between them. I feel like I could still also use physics potentially. I mean, no, do not. But you know why? Because weird glitches can happen. That's why you don't do physics. Unpredictable behavior comes from that. You don't want unpredictable behavior here. That is undesirable. Probably make one at some point. Yeah, I will. You're right. I absolutely will. Well, that's what I was thinking, Curlionaire, but I'm just afraid. I'm afraid that there will be some little hitch. That somewhere it'll do something unexpected. But that is what I was thinking, like just literally wedging the collision to make it exactly the size. Because it's going to be the same everywhere. It is going to be, I mean, I'll tell you what. Why don't I try it? There's no harm in trying it. And if it's, because it's going to be a whole lot easier to try that first than to do some more convoluted way to get it set up and then never know if I could have just done it easier in the first place. So, okay, I'll try that. Because that is what I'm thinking. I just kind of am doubting that it's going to work, but let's see. You don't know till you know, you know? So, to do that, I'm just gonna go, so this is the thinking player, there's the regular player, and then there's the thought battle player. That's a thought battle, that's what that was. That's the Pac-Man. So, in there, wait, why is physics funny? There's like a map to local function with the tile maps. Oh, that's what you mean by based on. But with isometric, you gotta move like -1, 1 rather than just 0, 1, etc. Interesting. Map to local. It sounds useful. It sounds very useful. Okay, let me just see what happens. So, I'm gonna pull up the player here. Currently the collision is a circle, which not optimal. If I want it to be exactly the right size, hell, why don't I even just go to one of these walls here. What if I just put a wall in there? Just like put a wall on the player. But like we'll change it a little bit. Then I know it's gonna be the right size if I think about it. Now it's exactly the right size. And the static body is on the top level, which means I can override its collision layer. And we can set it to be the player. Currently the player is 2, 3. So let's do that. I don't know if I think I just want to do 2 there. And then this, I'm gonna put it on no layer, so this collision doesn't do anything. And then I'm gonna make it not visible. So what happens if we do that? This collision, I'm gonna delete. Oh, it doesn't like that, yeah. All right, we'll give it collision because otherwise it gets upset. Okay, let's just see what happens. Morbid curiosity. I feel like it's not gonna work. Whoa. That's not what I expect. Well, because Lee's, you're not putting the, Lee's, girl, wake up. Wake up, girl. You can't do that. Make this local, grab the collision, put it in the player. Come on now. You know that's not how things work. Because the move and slide is in the player, not on the wall. Okay, here we go. Here we go for real. Now for real. Now it's really happening for real. Put that there. Okay, now try it. I still feel like something is not gonna be right. Oh yeah, we ain't going nowhere. So yeah, see that's not great. It's so perfect of a fit that it literally can't fit. So like, could I make it a little bit smaller? Yeah, sure, but like, then I feel like we just run into the exact same issue again. So I don't think this is the right move, if I'm being honest. I just don't. So I thought that's it. It was easy enough to try, right? And then be like, nah. I mean, okay, wait a minute. Let's not throw the bathwater out with the baby. You can see there's a tiny little bit I can move there. Boop, boop, just a little bit. But I mean, as long as that doesn't cause snags, and we're gonna turn off the ability to move up and down there anyway, it kind of doesn't matter. Uh-oh, I got stuck. Well, but we wouldn't. Well, but wouldn't you though? See, that's what I would be worried about, actually, right there. Let me just see if I can, well, oof. That becomes quite a tight turn right there. I can't even, wait. Because it's so exact, I can't even fit in between there. Oh, that was a tight turn. That was hard. The timing requires just an absurd amount of precision. So to me, this is not gonna work. But it was fun. It was fun to give it a consideration. I reject it. I wholeheartedly reject it. What I will do, I'm just gonna put it back to the way it was, okay? We're just gonna put it back. And we're gonna get it on that path track. I think that's gonna be best. You're watching your exact thought process? That's awesome. I love that. I mean, that's it, right? That's what I love about doing this jam with y'all, is that we can just like, we can experience those same things. I love that. Let's go. Swap notes. Now, I think I took all the collision off, so I think we're just gonna be able to clip through. Oh, just kidding. Is that what? Okay, that makes me clip through. Okay. All right, so that's what we'll do. Now, as far as the paths go, which is a little bit extra, I admit, but I don't really care. Whoops. Hey. It doesn't really bother me. By the way, since I'm gigantic right now, YouTube, have you hyper smashed that like button? this is me reminding you. It helps a lot. More people find out about the stream, hang out with us, and it lets me know I'm doing okay. So if you forgot and you meant to, this is your reminder. Hit that thumbs up. Thank you all. And if you're on mobile, maybe try that hype button. See what that feels like. Need bad bath water. It's pronounced Lee's? Yeah, it's Lee's. It is. Yeah, it's Lee's. Pac-Man does move in subpixel smoothly. Okay. Alright. Okay, so subscribe. So let's make the path that's gonna be in there. That path, I could put it, that's the whole level. This is the border. This is the little room that the ghosts live in. And then this is like every map will go in here. Like what makes each map different will go in here. Although some of this doesn't make sense. Hold on, let me move some of this around. Give me that. Let me just reorganize a little bit. This actually belongs on the border, if I'm being honest. Anything else in the wrong spot before we continue? Those two corner pieces are in the wrong spot. That's it. Okay, let's fix that. Give me that. Give me that. Drop them in the border. Because I just want to keep it consistent, so if I need to swap out to another level, which of course we will want to sometimes, it will be as simple as get rid of this and put in a new one. Oh wait, these belong in the level as well. So this would be like instantiated randomly per place. Maybe there might be like more difficult ones too, like the further you get or something. There might be. I don't really know what makes it harder though. It could be really interesting ones where like there aren't as many breaks between, but that might be too punishing. Okay, now it looks good. Great. I'm actually gonna commit it from here. I don't know, that was just like a change. Like if I have to revert, I don't want to have to do that again. So we're gonna make a commit right now. So what changed here? Not a lot. Level organization, or we'll say start battle level organization fixes plus player collision adjustment. Okay. Now, path. Let's get a path on here. Oh, good night, Pedro. Please take care. Drink some water. This is what you do, okay? Find you some liquid. Find you some liquid, not soda, not coffee, not whatever. Just get you some H2O, all right? And just behold it into your body. No, water. H2ing euro. H2 euro. You're not buying any Nintendo? I couldn't even afford anything Nintendo, if I'm being honest with you. I respect that, Pocket. In a capitalist society, our wallets are really the only voting we can do. No, water. Instructions are clear. Switch Lite. Nice. You can also get a used Pocket. You know, there's also used as well. Tamagotchi life. I respect that, though. That seems fun. I respect that. I also respect enjoying yourself. I know. The Star Fox is tough. The Star Fox is tough. I'm gonna be honest. That one hurts me. Like, they kind of cooked. They were like, all right, we're not appealing to the old guard. How do we bring them in We got stuff. We got little, you know, the new Donkey Kong. Like, that's probably a lot of kids want to play that. It doesn't really speak to the old Donkey Kong vibes. Nobody wants that. Well, they do, but not the old guard. What do we get for them? We remake something that they're nostalgic for. That'll bring them back. You overestimate my net worth. Alright, paths. So I guess I'll just literally do paths. I'm a little unsure of how I'm gonna connect the player to those paths, but that's for future leads to figure out. Where do I want to put? I think I want to put that in the level node. I might regret that, but let's just do it for now. Path 2D. What's point sampler? Oh, the path follow. Is that what goes on a path, right? Takes its parent and returns the coordinates to a point, right? Like the player is literally a path follower. Oh, make the player a path follower. I don't have to, but I could. Maybe I should. It might be easier. It might be a lot easier. Okay. Very interesting. Let's just make the path and then we can play with it. Because at the end of the day, I can get the path point. No, that you gotta just make the player a path follower. Okay, well that changes things just a little bit. So I said I have to find the path 2D because the thought battle completely instantiates itself. Okay, now the player is already there, but I can instantiate the player as well. So we could say, or I could always just, you know what? I could just put the player on there. You don't have to instantiate it. You can just put it on there. I think the player should be a path follower because there's really nothing on here that needs to be a character body. Yes, okay, currently the entire movement is physics based, but literally this is all going in the trash. Only thing I need is like flipping the sprite. Honestly, I'm all in. We can still put areas on it and stuff. Right? We can still do that detection. I don't need to, I don't need to have the whole thing be a collidable object to do that. I got H2O on my keyboard. I'm always getting H2O on my keyboard, y'all. It's chronic. Okay. Player is gonna be a path. And the reason why I want it to be, I just doesn't have to be on the level. It really doesn't have to be, but it's gonna, it does. It's gonna be easier that way if you're swapping them out. Okay. Sorry, I just had to talk that out. So let's put points down. Curve 2D points, add element. Let's go. Where is it? It's all the way up there. Get over here. I always kind of get stuck in this, like, where does the path start? I want the player to potentially, basically my plan is, so you may not know this, by the way, let me catch you up. So I made a little prototype. I made this in like a couple hours, just to like figure out what I wanted to do. So this is not the actual game, it's just a little prototype that I made. So the way the gameplay is going to be, see those red spikes? Those are bad ideas. They're actually not that bad because you get a little bit of points from them, but they chase you down like the ghosts, and when they touch you, it ends the game, but you get points. So it's all about getting points no matter what. You're gonna get points, you can't lose. With that said, it's a small amount of points. It's only 5 points. Whereas if you get that blue donut up there, if I can, it's actually kind of hard. If I can get that blue donut, which runs away from the player instead of chasing the player, you get a whole lot more points. Ugh! I don't want it to be this difficult. There we go, got it. Okay, so there I got a lot more points, right? Each dot also gives you 1 point. So the idea is that you ideally want to get the donut, which, well, it's actually a good idea. It's not actually a donut, but it does look like a blue donut for now. It's a good idea. In the actual game, the good ideas are represented by the bigger version. And I want to put sparkles on it and stuff so it really stands out. But this big one here, that is the good idea. And then these little ones are the bad ideas. They're not as big, they're not as good, they don't get you as much score. So my idea is that it'll randomize whether the player starts down here, 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 or here. The player will always start in one of these corners. And then the good idea will appear in the opposite, like, caddy corner. So if the player is in the bottom left, then the good idea will be in the top right. So they'll always be, like, opposed to each other. If the player spawns in the bottom right, then the good idea will be in the top left, and so on. So that's something to point out. And in terms of where I want to start my path, I don't think it matters. I guess I'll just do it in the middle, just to pick something. I kind of want to do it on each like snap point. So let's make it 40 by 40 here. Oh, now I gotta remember how to draw paths nicely. Add point. Nice. Pretty easy. So, yeah, we're just gonna do it like this. But this is tough, isn't it? Because if it's gonna be like one continuous thing, how the hell do you do that? I don't think you did this right. Wait, move, hold on. Wait. Move this, how about in the corner? Let's try that. That way, it'll work more gooder? Oh no, wait, how's this gonna work? Because does it matter if they overlap? Because it's not like we need to follow. I think this is a problem. I don't think this makes sense. Wait, I don't actually know how to do this. Suddenly, I'm not sure this is a good idea. Do you see what I'm saying? Because if I do it like this, then they're going to overlap. It's kind of hard to see, but like, you see how this is going? Like, do, and then what? I'm going to like put that there. How is... Do they connect automatically? It's like control points, delete point, close curve. What am I doing? What is that doing? Like, do these count as like attached? I guess I'm kind of curious just to like find out like what happens. I guess I'm just gonna try it and then we'll see. Although I'm concerned, if I'm being honest, I'm concerned. But like maybe it'll be fine. I don't know. I gotta be honest, I'm kind of leaning towards math. It's all the same, you know? And we could like procedurally detect where the path would be. Right? See, but that's the problem. See how it's cutting across like that? It just seems like not a good... It seems like it's not gonna work right. It's just a thought. What's up, Morph Man? I just feel like that's not... This is not the way. So if it's gonna be math, then that means it's going to need to know where each block is. Oh God, how are you gonna do that, Liz? How are you gonna do that? What if it tries to look for the, like, relation, there's like raycasts on the player. Okay, I'm rethinking this. What if there's raycasts on the player? So this is the player right now, believe it or not. And the player has raycasts that look out this way, and that way, and that way, and that way. Okay? And they'll say, oh look, I see a wall here. Oh look, I see a wall here. Because it's always going to be able to see at least... Well, I guess I would need it on the corners too then, wouldn't I? We want to say like this. So that would be 8 raycasts. So it would see here. It's getting mathy. I think 2D is more mathy than 3D. Okay. So those are all the ones that are gonna hit. Now mathematically, there's gotta be some way to find the point. Like if you have all of those points, I feel that mathematically there has to be a way to find the center, right? So just like wherever it goes, could it just mathematically constantly be trying to find the center? Relative to all these points. Like that sounds kind of nuts. I know. Or wait, I don't think that's necessary. Because here's the thing, once it's we can just lock in and say you cannot, player, you cannot move up or down right now, okay? That is not allowed. Well, here you can. Okay, just kidding. You can't move down here. So the raycast can detect no down is not allowed. The raycast can detect no left is not allowed. So if we only had raycasts looking here, up would be allowed, right would be allowed. And then what if the player is always looking to mathematically always, because this is on a grid, right? To tell me something, what is the player currently at? Because the player is on the grid right now. What number transform is the player at? 200. And what if I move the player? Where do they go to? 240. It's always a multiple of 40. Okay? It always is a multiple of 40. So we could just say, if you're not on a multiple of 40, then you need to gravitate towards the next multiple of 40 that doesn't force you to overlap. Right? Right? And once you hit that 40, you lock in. When you start at Pac-Man, where do you start? You start stopped somewhere, don't you? You start like in the middle, and you can either move like left or right, right? Let me check. Let me check. Hey. Yeah. Oh no, you start moving. Wow, so you start in the middle, but it moves you. Okay. Interesting. So we're gonna want that to happen. We're gonna want the player to just start moving. It's kind of like, well, how's it gonna know which way to start going? You know? It's gonna have to decide that somehow. So that's gonna have to be its own like kind of function, is detect if its raycast is bumping into something, detect the horizontal way, pick of the way. But that's kind of annoying if you don't always know which way. I don't think the player's just, oh, I don't know. Ooh, that's tough, because you don't want to give the player that like crappy experience of, I don't know where I'm gonna start. I don't know which way I'm gonna go. You know, that feels a little unfair. Feels a little annoying. So then I'm starting to think maybe the good idea isn't up in the corner. Maybe the player starts here and the good idea starts like here or something. That way they have room to move. And you know, obviously I'll have to design the level to make that make sense. There'll always have to be like some open path here for it to move on. Some open path here, which again, it starts to limit the type of levels I can do. But maybe it's okay that the types of levels I can do are limited. Maybe it's okay. And then we just say the player always moves to the left. It's interesting. Let me adjust the snap. Oh, that'll also be interesting because we take the player off of 40. Then we can test if it's gonna gravitate the right way. This is confusing. Very confusing, but fun. It's a fun problem to try to figure out. I think what I'm gonna do is if it's, let me just try write some code. Let me just start writing some code. We're just gonna play around with this right now. And I don't think it should be a physical body. I think that's making it much more complicated than it has to be. So I'm gonna change the player to like a node. I don't want to have to think about physical collision at all. I just don't. So it's not gonna be that anymore. So let's go to the player and change it to a node. All right, Crow. I know I missed like a million things. Sorry, y'all. I had to think. If I broke that train of thought, there was no way I could break that train of thought. I had to lock in. But I'll catch up with y'all. So let's not have it extend a character body. Let's make it a node 2D. And give it a speed. Yep. All that's fine. We definitely need to know its area. That's incredibly important. We can still check to see if bodies are entering the area. That's no problem. Physics process, kind of don't need it to be physics anymore, but sure, why not? I guess we do, because the area is colliding with the body, so that's still relevant to some extent. Up-down axis movement, left-right axis movement. We only have up-down stringified for the sake of capturing the... I just realized I forgot to put underscore there. For the sake of capturing the flipping of the sprite. Just make sure I didn't link that outside. Abstract thought. Oh, that's interesting. Anyway. Okay, that looks fine. Yeah, no velocity. Yeah, so that's now out of here. I have now made that irrelevant, since that's only something that exists on a character body. Pressing is fine. Checking if controls are available is good. So this is where we actually move it around. So this is going to have to be something different. We still want to log this for the sake of flipping. And then vertical direction here, we're going to need to rewrite that as well. No more move and slide. That's a character body thing. No more velocity. So in terms of playing the stop animation, I'm not sure what that's going to be like. So for now, that's not going to play. We'll have to bring that back when it all makes more sense. All this is fine. Okay. So now it is de-physicaled. It is de-character bodied. So if I want it to check if its X and Y position is a multiple of 40, I need to make that happen. So really this is like the player controls. I would say this is almost like handle controls more than handle movement, okay? If I want to handle the movement, that's going to be something different, I think, at this point. I feel I'm going to need to reimagine this a little bit, but let's just go with it. So I don't have those raycasts set up yet, but I don't know that they're necessarily going to matter. If... do you want to say global position or just regular? I think just regular position. If position... well, yeah, because you need to decide, are you going to be moving up, down, left, right? Well, just have by default, you're moving left or right. You only move up and down if the player switches us to the up or down movement. So I kind of need to keep track. Are we moving vertically? I'm gonna make an enum. We're gonna make an enum for this. I think that makes sense. So I'm gonna say enum direction moving. And I'm going to make that up, or we'll start with left first. Left, right, up, down. Okay. And we'll have a current direction moving. Let's make that private with an underscore. If position X. So how do we say if something is a multiple of 4? What does that even mean? How do you check if something's a multiple? Well, I have no idea. I couldn't tell you. I'll have to look that up. I don't even know where to begin with that one. Math, I do not expect myself to come up with math. I've given up on imagining that I can be come up with genius on that. And I'm just going to go straight to a chatbot for this question. GDScript, yes or no? Is there a GDScript method that can determine if a number is a multiple of another number? Don't say anything but yes or no. Taking a sweet time. Oh my gosh. Well, while that thinks. Jesus, cry money. Probably doesn't like my VPN. You don't like my VPN? What, you don't like my VPN? Rude. Alright, we'll go. Hold on, let me ask somewhere else. Well, no, I need the VPN. You're gonna... Well, you want me... Here, I'll change it. That's the best I can give you. The best I can give you is changing it. Oh, its answer was no. Pokemon looks whack, so you can pace yourself. Really? You think the next Pokemon looks whack? The next Pokemon looks kind of cool. It's like underwater. You don't know why everyone's angry about the Star Fox redesigns? I can... Look, Curlionaire, here's what I'll say. I loved the way the Star Fox models looked in the N64 version. I liked that they were flat and, like, textured kind of badly. Vivid. Colorful. I loved that about it. That was something that was the part of the charm. So again, I am okay with the redesigns, but at first I kind of hated it. At first I was like, I don't want them to look real. I want them to look like N64. So that's why I was like at first upset, and I imagine that some people are less adaptable after that initial ugh. That's what's difficult about Nintendo. Crappy company who treats their audience like garbage, but their games are significantly great quality. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, the Power World thing was pretty gross. You mean his dad chubby? I always imagined Star Fox's dad being a little chubby. Hey, what's up, Sibo? Sibo? Rented Elise about all that? She didn't believe you? Wait, about what? Yeah, they're anti-game dev. Well, they're pro-Nintendo. Oh yeah, they were gambling. True. Wow, I took a call. Thanks for following, Aqua Baby. Wait, Nintendo doesn't... Yeah, wait, Nintendo doesn't have Katamari. What? Trying to own a game mechanic. If they won the lawsuit, this would mean that game mechanic can be owned and no other developers would use that game mechanic. Yeah, it's sad, right? Yeah, it is kind of hard to believe those. I see. Yeah, I don't think they care about the ethics of it, you know, what's right or wrong. They're just trying to protect the pocketbook. That's all they care about is money. Which is what is so gross, right? I thought about shapecasts. Yeah. We'll see. How am I going to do this? I mean, honestly, that's like the exciting thing. Like, if it's something that I like, I love that. I love sitting down and figuring out what I'm gonna do. If I come up with some harebrained idea that just does not seem to be working after a lot of trial and error, I will seek help. But I love that initial trial and error because then in the future I can recognize those harebrained ideas a lot sooner, you know, and it can narrow down for some other unrelated problem someday. I might be like, wait, that didn't work in this one situation. So I love going through the problem solving even when it's like terrible. Yeah, that's right. It's not about who thought of it first, who files the patent first. Yup. I mean, that's like, I mean, we talk about Thomas Edison was a great man for society. Come on now, you know other people came up with that same stuff, and he was just like, that was me. You can see the patent was for me. Like people like that, those people, I feel like most of the like names in history that we credit as being the first for doing things. Not always, but I think often, definitely not always, obviously, but often, they were just the ones that marketed themselves the best. But we're at a different time too, you know? Edison convinced the US government to implement the patent office in the first place? What? I didn't know that. That's cool. I mean, it's not cool, but it's just like, you know, for the sake of the conversation. Wow. What? Oh, man. Oh, man. Hate that guy. Damn. He kind of was, though, wasn't he? Wow. But it's different now, right? Because there's so much more. We're watching you. We're watching you, Nintendo. We see what you're doing. And we are talking about it. I feel like people like Edison could totally get away with that stuff, right? Yeah, you move left. That Pac-Man's moving left. I guess we're moving left. I mean, look, if there are things that I don't need to question why Pac-Man does it, I'll just do it. You know? If it doesn't directly go against the core concept I'm going for, just let it be, let it be. Missile always knows where it is by knowing where it isn't. Whoa. It's kind of deep. You went to go do your Mii's marriage. How did it go? Was it everything you could have possibly hoped it would be? Just write some code. Yeah, let me just write some code. Just see what happens. Just try it and see what happens. Generally, if I'm talking to a chatbot, you can assume that you can answer the question for me. Things you're trying to patent are ridiculous. To like writing companions. Silly. Silly. Might learn a new way. Oh, if I just like experiment? Hell yeah. Have you seen the Eintor? It's the dual screen handheld you bought recently for multitasking. You won it for 2 months. I haven't seen it, no. Oh, it literally is like a DS. Wow, that's awesome. How big is that screen? Oh, it looks kind of big. Char, this looks so cool. What are the specs? Yo, you got that? This looks really cool. Wow. I like it. That looks awesome. Very nice. Frosted animal crackers, nice. Toy Freddy marrying William Afton. I don't know what these words mean, but yes. Gay old men. Let's go. Gay it up, gentlemen. Char's excited to use it for drawing game dev since you can screen mirror it through your PC. Yo, is this like the coolest thing ever? Okay, Char, I want to continue knowing what your experience is like with that. Krill is playing a game called Tamagotchi Life and making wonderful gay things happen. 6-inch? Okay, okay. Okay, so the answer from the chatbot, by the way, was no. There is not one. Okay. There are two things that I allow myself to not beat my head over a desk trying to figure out, because in my experience, I waste a lot of time. And I don't have that much interest in becoming incredibly, brilliantly proficient at. And that is math and shaders. So, I'm going to ask the chatbot, in only one line, tell me how I can combine existing methods in GDScript to tell if a number is a multiple of another number. Don't talk. Oh, I just said tall. Don't tall. Oh, modulo. I remember that now. Nice. Number, modulo, factor, set to 0. So if I have like 104, I would modulo that by 7. Let me just double check I understand this right. 104 modulo 2 set to 0 would be true, or am I doing it wrong? 10 word response max. Oh, it's the remainder. So, is remainder? How? I don't. Modulos confuse me. I kind of get them. Believe me. All right, I've tried many times. Checks. Yeah, that's what I meant. Okay, got it. So it's dividing, because I believe what modulo is doing is it's like dividing it, finding the remainder. It's dividing the two numbers together, and it returns the remainder. And if the remainder is 0, it's true. Got it. Okay. So if position X modulo, so we need to define what that is, right? Constant movement factor. That's gonna be a float, and we're gonna say it's 40. Really? We don't have to say 40. I'm actually gonna set that to nothing. Oh, it's a constant, duh. All right, make it a variable, make it a variable. Ready, movement factor, because I feel like I would rather make it the grid size, because I might change the grid size someday. So we're gonna grab what it is. I want to say that's in manage level. Get cell size. That defaults to 80. Oh. Yeah, but that's somewhere else, right? That's not the same place as, Here, let's just see though. See what I set it to. Oh yeah, it's 40. Okay, great. Perfect. So that's what we'll grab. Is get cell size, and that's going to be what the movement factor equals. That way it's consistent. Okay? So if the position X moduloed by the movement factor, if position X's remainder moduloed against a movement factor is 0, kind of if it's not 0. Now we have to decide. Now that still doesn't tell us what direction. Well, we're starting with left. The current direction is left by default, right? So did we set that? We did not. So this is going to be. We're going to type current direction moving to direction moving, and then actually set it to left. So we're actually starting out with left. If position X, movement factor, remainder 0, we just kind of want to move whichever way the enum is set. Well, but that's horizontal. Do you see what I'm saying? Love when a plan comes together. Yeah, right? Yeah, it feels good. It does, it feels so good. I could just say if it just moves. It kind of doesn't matter. Like, if either X or Y. No, it matters. No, it matters. No, it doesn't. It doesn't because I still wouldn't want it to be like. No, I always want it to find the middle, no matter what. And then what the raycast will do is tell us whether it's going to stay locked in. As soon as it becomes 0, check the raycasts. Are the raycasts bumping against something? This might be a little weird. Okay, let's set up the raycasts. I know I'm in the middle of coding this, but I want to use those as soon as possible. Shapecast, yes, but I don't know. I don't like shapecast. Sometimes I use them. I'll use it if I have to. So I actually would want this to be, 40 seems a little big. I think you want 20, right? Because it's like in either direction. So we're gonna say ray. I'm gonna call it ray down, ray up, ray left, and ray right. Okay. Up will be -20 on the y-axis. Left will be -20 on the x-axis. Or is that just 20 actually? Nope, it's negative. -20 on the x-axis. And right will be 20 on the x-axis. Oh, there we go. Hopefully it's not too perfect. I might need to make it like a little longer so it actually reaches into it. I don't think so. I think it should hit it. We'll see. And what is this gonna look for? This is gonna look for the walls. And the walls are on 1, so that's already looking for the right thing. Collide with bodies, yes. Okay, good. I'm gonna make them all accessible as unique names. By right-clicking it and hitting this access as unique name, which will put little percent signs next to it, which will let me hop right up in here. Drop this in. And we're gonna wanna check to see if they're colliding or not. I'm gonna make a function physics process is ray colliding. I'm gonna have this actually update something. I kind of want to know every direction that it is colliding. Okay, so I'm not only gonna make this enum with this current one, I'm gonna say current directions unavailable. I'm gonna make this an array of direction movings. Wait, I'm gonna make this movings. I know that's like so weird and I don't really care. Okay, direction movings. I like my enums to be plural. That is just gonna be an empty array. Although I guess we can assume, I feel like you should say movable directions. No, that's a little confusing. No, call it movable directions. Sorry, I gotta get this. I don't know, I wanna get it right. We forgot this one. Movable directions. Okay. So I'm gonna have this equal, or the unavailable current directions unavailable. I'm gonna have that equal what physics process rays colliding equals. Okay. We're gonna check this at all times. Func physics process rays colliding returns an array of movable directions. And what it's going to do there's a lot of ways I could write this. We're gonna write it in the most obvious way. If ray left is colliding, and let's start with an array here. Variable array to return an array of movable directions. It's empty. We could just, you know, maybe we should just get like a I don't know, that's kind of weird, a duplicate. No, because you gotta remove them. I feel like it'd be better to override it. So we'll create a new array here. If ray left is colliding, then array to return append movable direction left. Alright, let me just do that. We don't want an elif because we want it to be all of them potentially. Okay, be careful. You're copying and pasting. Don't forget to change everything. Right. Right. Up, up, and down, down. So we can know at any one time all of the ones that are currently unavailable. Return, array to return. And then that is just, again, just literally going to replace whatever current directions unavailable is. Now, in handling the movement, that's a lot of different cases. Ooh. Because the player is going to request being able to move up, down, left, or right. But let's think about automatic. Because right away, if you're moving, eventually you're going to hit a wall. Ray Right sounds like a dope name for an X character, Ray Right. Yeah, it's got the two R's. And then I like that it's got like a W, so it just like makes it a little different. Nice. You're welcome. It's yours. I won't patent it. The position X movement factor does not remain during 0. And I kind of want to make a function for this, and I want to call it do I want to make like horizontal is available? Let's make a direction. Hey Ray, welcome. Hope you're doing great. Thanks for saying hi. Always appreciate it. Your last character was a fighter rogue named Ray Pierce. He was dual wielding rapiers. Rapiers. They're like foils, but they hurt. Is direction available? And this is going to require that we tell it which direction to point these things. Return if or return current directions unavailable has which. Okay, so if this unavailable direction list, oh actually not. If the direction we're requesting is not in the unavailable list, then it's available. And this is going to return a boolean. So this is basically saying if we are not on the grid, on the 40 by 40 grid, or on the X, if we're not on the X40 grid, and actually I don't want to do and, I want to put this nested in here. If is direction available, movable directions left. If left is available and we're not on the grid at 40, left is okay to move in. I would say left goes first. No, because we don't want to force the player against it. What is a Pac-Man? Well, I can tell you that without having to say a word. Head over to this URL that I'm about to slap in the chat, and you can play the game for yourself, and you will learn. You will learn. Here, I gotta actually go get it. You know what? We'll just do it this way. Bam. It was a lot of words. Okay, if is direction available, move direction. See, this is kind of weird though, right? Because I would say, Lise, you should just have the game start out requesting left. I think that makes more sense. Almost like it's auto-moving the player. I feel like that's better. That makes way more sense. We still needed to course correct though. So it's also gonna, we also need to know what was the last direction the player requested. That's what current direction moving is. That's what current direction moving is. Okay, got it. So I don't even, oh, okay. If current direction moving is set to movable directions left or current direction moving is set to movable directions right. So that is to say, what was the last movement direction that the player requested? Did the player request left? Did the player request right? If it was either of those, and we're not quite on that grid, now we got to be careful because we don't want to stop either. Right? Because if it arrives at there, is it just gonna boop? We want it to keep going. That's the thing. So that gets weird too. Ooh, I kind of wanted to do the remainder thing no matter what. It doesn't matter. I don't care about anything. You better always make sure it is on that grid. Period. No matter what. This is gonna be weird. This is gonna be really bizarre. I'm gonna admit that. If not, but I don't care. We're just gonna do it, and I'm gonna find out. If the position X movement factor is set to 0, just do it. So what does the doing it look like? Well, I think that's where we get into the process. Oh, that's where we are. Let's make another function. And this is going to be move player. We would just need to like subtract its position or add its position over time. So we definitely would want to pass delta into there. Sounds pretty useful. Let me just pass this for right now. Comment that out. We could associate it with minus oh, well, you don't have to do it like I'm doing it. Here's the thing you guys understand, Gaidoru. If you're looking at what I'm doing and that's making you think that, you should approach it however you want. You don't have to make it exactly like Pac-Man, right? In fact, there's a rule against it being too similar to Pac-Man, okay? Like you don't want it to be identical, okay? So you should do your own things. And not only that, but you are also encouraged. Because one of the winning entries that gets you prizes is if you make a twist on the original. If you literally make it different from Pac-Man. So you could have it be, it isn't locked to moving certain directions. That would be totally fine. Totally up to you. I just want to, because part of it for me is I want to learn how to do things a different way. Wolfenstein twist was something? What does that mean? So I need to figure out which direction the player is going to move. Let's say match current direction moving. If that is movable directions left. See, this is gonna be weird. I feel like I'm gonna need to move this into there. It's just a hunch. I don't think this is its own function. I think you put this in here. I think you pass delta right into this. It's good. I just gotta get in there. I just gotta do it. I gotta see what to think about it while I'm doing it. That's all. That's the only way. That's the fun. Delta. Yeah, I don't think we need this here. This should go right in there. The first thing we do is we check to see where are we currently moving. If it's set to left, move left. How do we do that? Position X plus equals negative movement speed, or speed, we'll say. I'm gonna make speed a variable because you never know. You never know. I might want to adjust it at some point. Yeah, make it a variable, but can you underscore it? Thank you so much. New keyword unlocked, match. You're gonna look into what that does now. Didn't think about that one. Match is awesome. Can I show you a way that I've used it? And I just worked on this today, and it was really exciting. So I have like a game state manager, and this is like a state machine manager I've been working on for years at this point, and I just keep evolving every game. It's pattern matching. Exactly what it is. So I always have like my different states for the game, and I use a match statement to see which state we're currently in, right? So we can say, is it this one? Yes, no. Is that one? Yes, no. I started using when for the first time today. So what this will say is like, match this pattern, and then it's kind of like a little if condition in here. So if this is true and it matches this pattern, then do this. So you can be like match and then when, which is kind of cool. And you can also use or commas in here, which is also interesting. I think I did that in the gameplay one. Yeah, so if you wanted to match multiple things that correspond to that initial match variable, you can do commas between it. There's even more cool stuff. You should check out the Godot docs, because there's even more cool stuff you can do that I haven't even begun to deal with yet. Can you match on objects with this? You can match anything as long as it will match, you know? Like you can't be like this +4 or something. Like it has to literally, whatever this thing is here. I actually haven't tried to do objects, if I'm being honest with you. I would, as long as it can see that it's the same. I mean, let me know if you try it. I'd be curious, but I would assume yes. But I don't know. It's worth a shot. But I'm pretty sure that the logic of it is basically, as long as whatever this is exactly what this is, then it will match. Worst case scenario, it doesn't match. So here's another thing that I don't do, but I should probably do more often, is a wildcard. So if you want to know, matched nothing or whatever, you can do this underscore and then a colon, and then that will happen if none of these other ones do. I should add those in more. I never do though, but I should. Just for, I've never needed it unless I did. Unless the point was to catch stuff. But I guess like as like a guard, you want to do it. But I never do it. I don't know, it just feels like a waste. But it is, there, I did it. Match some vector. Yes, 100%. Yes, you can do that. Yes, you can. Thank you for the hydrate. Insane. Cheers. Are the Twitch alerts, am I bugging, or are the Twitch alerts not showing up? Is that a me thing? I feel like they're not popping up. What happened to the Twitch alerts? Did my Twitch alert thing change? It's weird. I don't know. Very strange. I meant like up here. It's supposed to pop up there. You going to bed? Oh, good night. I definitely missed. Oh, to bed I go. Sweet dreams, Insane. Thanks for stopping in. Thanks for being you. Appreciate you. I'm trying to think. Can I proc an on-screen? I think I can redeem something myself. I think I'm allowed to. Oh, not if it's on cooldown. Can I highlight my own message? But I don't think that gets an alert anyway. Oh, there it goes! Nice! Thank you. Alright, well, you are going to bed, so that's even more appropriate, isn't it? Oh, now everything's showing up. Thanks for following, Morphman. Now it's all showing up! Alright, I just needed to refresh it, I guess. Okay, so you don't have to join us for this breathtaking, but if you want to, you can. I don't care. You redeem it. We do it. We'll do it real fast. We're going to breathe in for 4, hold for 4. I'm going to do a fast one. We're going to do this one. No, not that one. This one. This one's kind of quick. This one's kind of intense to me. No, this one. This is the one. This isn't very relaxing, but I like it. Can still be. So what we do is we breathe in for 4 seconds, we hold for 2 seconds, and then we exhale for 2 seconds. All right, here we go. We'll do like 4 or 5 or something like that. To do the redeem, we gotta do the redeem. Here we go. Inhale. Hold. Exhale. In. Hold. Exhale. It's kind of fast. In. Hold. Exhale. Breathe in. Hold. Breathe out. In. Let's do 2 more. Hold. Exhale. Breathe in. And hold. And breathe out. And breathe normally. We did it! It was just for a test, but we got a little bit of something out of that. I like that one because it doesn't like super put you to sleep. It just kind of like keeps you going. Yeah, of course, Morphman! Of course! It's something that like, I always know I should do, but I'm just like, I don't have time for that. Breathing. Mindfully. And so now that it's a redemption, just like once in a while, I'm just like, well, I gotta do it. And yeah, right? It's like, oh, that was helpful. I'm glad it helped you too. Okay. Anyway, match statements. Love them. So we're gonna match which direction we're currently moving and move us in the direction. Now this is kind of unhinged right now. And you gotta multiply it by delta, by the way. Oh, that might make it better. This is probably gonna be really fast and obnoxious, and I don't really care. Yeah, exactly. That's literally, you are illustrating exactly what makes mindfulness and breathing so useful. Here, do I have I don't think I have a command for it, but I probably should. That would be nice if I did. I don't think I do. Let's try it. But, I'll drop the link for you if you want for someday. And there's a few different ones on there. Okay. Mobo, I'm gonna copy paste it. Don't forget to change everything. Mobo directions right. You're welcome. I'm so glad. We will be healthy, mindful devs. Up, down. This will be positive speed times delta. Y. Same stuff. I kind of want to just like do that for now. I know that it's gonna look really weird and be super ridiculous. I kind of just want to see where we're at. Like I know it's gonna be wrong. Okay. That wasn't that bad. I'm gonna be honest with you. The speed was good. It moved exactly where I wanted it to go. I think we're doing okay. I do feel it was moving a little too soon, like before the player could see the player, which is kind of annoying. So there's a timing issue there, but I want it all, so I don't want it to just all appear at once like that. They do. They really do. I want it to be like one thing at a time. Like when the brain, like first the brain, you know, will appear, right? Here's the brain, it appears. And then after that, we'll see the like good idea. And the good idea will just like be super large and it'll like shrink down and, you know, get small. And we'll see it right there. So that way we see it. It's like really obvious. That's the first thing that comes in. Okay. Maybe it starts moving even though the blocks haven't come in yet, right? So it starts moving around. And then I want the other ideas. The bad ideas. I want those to pop in as well. So I want like one by one the player to be made aware, like almost like a visual hierarchy of what is important to focus on. Then the player can come in. And so the player will also like, you know, appear in. And after all of those, finally the blocks will fade in. Then the player will start moving. So I want it to just have like that 1, 2, 3, 4, like one by one. So it's not gonna be the way it is right now. I'm not gonna worry about the timing at them. So see how the player's like already like partially, I don't love that, but I'm gonna let it go for now and circle back to setting up that timing later. So, going back to the moving, it is working, which we love to see. Now, what about the player interrupting the motion? Well, forget that. Well, don't forget about the, oh, okay, wait. Let's make it so we bump into the wall. I don't want to worry about the player moving just yet. Or the player controlling the movement. I want when we reach that wall, it stops. And I don't want it to stop too far to the left. I don't want it to stop too early. It's probably not going to stop too early. But, yeah. Okay. What if we say every time it does match the remainder, and I might change this, but just for now, just to fix that one goal of it stopping. When it does meet the remainder, and we're currently moving left or right, I don't know, it doesn't, see, that doesn't make sense. Comment this out for a second. Can we try something different? Hold on. Hold on. What if we say, if is direction, if not, I'm just gonna write it out verbosely for now. If is not direction available, movable directions, left. So if we can't move left, okay, then make sure that we get to, what if we say that and, I kind of want, now I'm thinking we should make it longer. It should be, well, I'm going to make it a little longer, I've decided. I want it to hit sooner. I'm going to make them 25. I have a feeling I'm not going to like this, but for now, I'm going to make them a bit longer. Because maybe I want it to anticipate. So that way it has room to settle in. I don't know. We'll see. So the raycasts are a little bit longer than the exact grid size. For now. If a direction is not available and feel like we could make this function potentially. And position X remainder, if it is, I guess we'd want to say not. If it's not available and we're not on that thing, then we need to get to the next. If we're not, yeah, make this a function. This is very confusing to talk out loud about, and I don't like that. So we're gonna say func is on grid let's say is on grid horizontally. Okay, and this will return a Boolean. That's it. Return position X, movement factor 0. That's how we know. And we could do the same thing vertically. I need it to be more readable. And then this one's Y. Okay. If left isn't available and we are not on the grid horizontally, could you please make sure we do get on the grid horizontally? Makes sense in your head, but not when you say it out loud. I want to be able to say it out loud. You know, I want to be able to read it out loud, because then that helps it click better for me. I guess kind of, I don't know. If I can't read it, we're in trouble. You know, I can sit here and be like, position X, right, that is supposed to be that. Right, that's supposed to be that. But why not have some words? You can leave your computer running overnight. Hope you wake up to your Advent of Code Day 9 Part 2. Wait a minute, isn't Advent of Code over? Oh, wait, why would your computer running? No, it is over. Does, I don't get it. What, how would that happen? Are you like running like something automatically to like discover? You're like, you have like a giant thing happening that's like constantly doing, that's interesting. Yeah, that's what I thought. I mean, why not? They're good. They're good puzzles. That's cool though. Brute force. I see. Yeah. It's gotta be the brute force. Okay. I mean, that's what it's all about, is solving it in the way that you solve it. Unless you're a competitor, then you have to do it in a very certain way. That's cool. I don't know what grug is, though. Hey, it's less brute forcey than your previous attempt. Hell yeah. That's such a coding thing, though. Like, just do it the way, just make it a little better every time. Always try to be like 2% better. Love that. Good luck. I'll be praying for your brute force. Prayers and code, they work together. Thread solution is reached and it runs within your set requirements. It's good code. Well said. I like you, Morph. If left is not available and it's not on the grid horizontally, then I'm going to want to move it to the left until it is. Which, if you think about it, it just should until this is not true anymore. Well, that's not true because you don't have it stopping. This just keeps it moving a little further, right? So this is why you shouldn't do an and, right? Maybe do it like this. Say, if it's not on the grid horizontally, do that. If it is on the grid horizontally, we need it to stop. So then movement needs to, oh, we don't, well, yeah, well, actually we need one more movable direction, or current something. I'm gonna say none. Okay. And then it becomes movable directions, none. So current direction moving equals none. Now, I'll be honest, I don't like to do things this way. When I have state machines like this, I don't like setting them in the middle of code, because I find that gets really messy really fast. So I'm not going to do that, and instead I'm going to set it up to be a function that all these run through. I'm gonna say func change current direction. This is gonna take in new direction, which is based on the movable directions. It's not gonna return anything, but it is going to update current direction to the new direction. I much prefer doing it this way. It makes things a lot easier, often, and more clear, in my experience. So we're just gonna set that up there. And just change this to change current. Again, it does make it a little more readable as well. Change current direction to none. Okay. I'm just gonna kind of stick with that for now, honestly. I know there's still up, right, down, and all of that. Whoa. Huh? Invalid operands float and float for modulo operator. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Is it not does it... It returns a boolean. What does that mean? Indentation is wrong? Variable Boolean. Like, will that make it okay? No. I'm confused. I don't really understand what's going on here. It doesn't use floats? This doesn't seem right. It's not a bug, it's a feature. Use fmod for... What the hell is fmod? float mod. How does modulo, what else does, how can you do modulo on an integer if it's remaindering? Is it because I don't have like a dot? Is it because I need a dot? Wait. Do I just need to put like a dot right here? Like that? No. Girl. This floating point math can result in tiny precision errors. Zero approximate. What the hell is F? I get it, but like, what is it? Like, okay, it stands for what? Wait, why? How will? What? I gotta get my alt tabs right here. What? But how can modulo? Now I just need to wrap my head around this. How can modulo be integers LMAO? Because it's dividing and getting remainders, which has to be floats. The whole point of modulo is to eliminate the decimal. Oh, the remainder is literally, so the remainder is literally the decimal. Wow. Not exactly. The remainder is a whole number, while the decimal is a fraction. Yeah, I get that. Whatever, I don't care. I hate math. All right, fine. I accept it. I gotta stop opening this. I accept. You know what? I just don't care. I accept it. I have a rule. And that is, I do not obsess over learning math, because it will never sink in. I'll waste tons of time. Returns the floating point remainder of x divided by y. There you go. Okay. I do what I'm told. Not gonna waste time trying to understand it. You know, I have the idea and I need help mathematically knowing how to express it. Is zero approximate, number, and step. What the hell is step? Give example of perfect f mod 0 approx with actual numbers. Your name was always whole numbers. Casting float to integer? No, it's not whole numbers. Definitely. I mean, the cell size will be. One of them will be. But the other one, definitely not. I mean, if it works, it works. It kind of doesn't matter, right? Return is 0 approximate. If it's approximately close enough to 0 to avoid floating point errors. We're going to float modulo. Oh, is it like a modulo float? Okay. And we're going to go from position X, movement factor, and that's where we get the Z. Okay, all right. It does kind of look like a thing that makes sense. I kind of get it. All right. Let me see if this thing stops on the left. Or if we get errors or what. Can we see, did even any detection happen. So we're gonna make these collision shapes visible so I can see the raycast and hopefully see if it is detecting the wall at all. Would be great. Oh, that's a bug. That's not supposed to happen. Cut us off. Every time I see that, I do like to quickly try to fix it. I believe that the size of this determines how much coverage it does. Yeah. So I'm just gonna make that a little bigger and hopefully in a future run it'll catch it. Okay. Wait, I don't see the raycasts. Where are the raycasts? Are they not attached to the player? Are they not moving? Are the raycasts not moving? No, they should be moving. Do I need to tell them to be debug visible? Why can't I see them? Shouldn't they be visible? The raycasts? I'm confused. No, I definitely don't see them. Can you check for me on the thought battle? Do we see them there? We do. There they are. They're right there. And if I move this around, if you can, oh my god. What the hell is going on right now? What are we moving? Oh, just the canvas? No, I don't care about the canvas. Yeah, they move with it. Is one of the buttons at the top of the player show hide debug or something? Well, yeah, I've got that. I've got visible collision shapes. That's what I clicked on. That's why I'm confused. And usually that makes raycasts visible. That's why I'm confused. Oh, in the game window? I don't think so. Because the collision shapes are visible. Here. See? So it is making them visible. But I don't think so. I don't think there's anything else. I think that's the one. Something funny's going on here. Can I make this like really big just to like make sure I can see? I'm just gonna make them really long. Maybe they're just like too small to see or something. Oh, now I see it. Oh yeah, I saw it. They're just really tiny. Okay, let's make them bigger. Let's make them bigger. Let's make them 4. Well, whatever. We'll do 40. Let's do 40. They were there. It was just really hard to see. And not only that, the collision was working. And if you look, you can kind of see some resistance, like it slows down a little bit. It's just not full on stopping. It like slows down, then it speeds up. So it's definitely colliding. It just isn't making it stop. Okay. I'm surprised because none of these will match. And we could also say movable directions, none. I mean, we don't need anything, but it'd be nice to see if that's happening. Mm-hmm. Just out of curiosity. See if that's printing down there. Okay, so I've got my output log zoomed in there. Oh, it's printing nothing. Okay, so that's not even happening. It's never seeing the none. It'd be interesting to know if that's happening at all. You like the wub in this one? I still haven't put the song command back. But I'll type it out for you. This song is Silkworm by Quincas Moriera. Yeah, it's a good one, right? Let's go. I love that stuff too. I guess I want to check my my change current direction. Is this running? So we're gonna make a proper thing here. Let's make it highlight it. Current direction, change to, and then we're just gonna add in current direction moving, well, we'll say movable directions, find key, current direction moving. Just to see if it's actually doing that. Okay. No, it's not doing anything. It's asleep! Or what's going on here? What I think is my condition isn't being met. That has to be it. Like, this is something about this is not happening. So let's see if this one is. Left is not available. Let's at least see if that's running. We're gonna check each one by one, and see if they output. Okay, that one is getting seen. So this one works. Now let's check this one. Left is not available, and player is not on grid horizontally. Let's see what we get from that. Yep, that also fires. Okay. Now, what about the else? And player is on the grid horizontally. Does that one fire? I would have to think no. Yeah, okay, so that is the one that is not happening. Okay. Why does that not return false? Is it always true? I kind of want to put this in like just run this in process just to see if it ever even happens. Like ever. I wonder if that 0 approximately is cooking me. Like if it's not actually ever, if it's so, yeah, it's just never hitting that. I feel like this is 0 approximate might be hurting us here. Or worse. Okay, yeah, there it goes. Now it's running. Yeah, but it seems like it's running a bit often, doesn't it? Oops. Can you just tell me what... Can we just print, like, what it is? On horizontal grid, and then we'll just literally have it say true or false. Okay, pause it for it. Whoa! Oh, dang it! Wait, it stopped! Oh, shoot, it worked! But wait, it was never false? Seems a little suspicious, doesn't it? I mean, it did work, but it worked. I mean, it's obviously it's not going far enough because now it can't go down. So I don't think so. It's definitely not. Well, you know, I'd want it to make sure it makes it to the center. You can still flip back and forth. Definitely concerned. So let me see if it should be. Where is it? Is it? What is it? Where is it right now? That's going to be... Where is that? I think it's in the UI, technically? No. Wait, where does any of this exist? I don't remember. Click on this. Oh, do you have to be... There we go. Oh, it's in the Thought Battle Manager. So currently the player is at 294. There's no way that that's a multiple of 40. Okay. It is not a multiple of 40. So it should be screaming false right now. But it isn't. This multiple of thing is trickier than I could ever want it to be. I'm not happy with this. I'm not happy with this at all. There's a floating point remainder. Oh, it returns the remainder? That's why we did the is0 approximately. But the is0 approximately was a problem. We needed that because that's what returns it as a Boolean. But if I add that in there and then run it, it says false. So that's good. But worse than that, it's not going to work correctly. And we're gonna blow through the wall. Do you think it's a speed thing? Like, what if we make the speed really, really slow? I don't know, maybe it's like moving so fast it can't catch it? That doesn't make sense, because it could catch it otherwise very slow. Yeah, something funny is going on here. Oh, it speeds up. So it speeds up when it bumps it. So it definitely sees it, and then question, did it go to true on horizontal grid true? It never said true. It was never 0 approximately. I wonder if we need like a greater match rate. Like instead of just saying 0, it can like generally be closer. Can you also tell me like what does this equal? Why does it not? Returns true if x is 0, almost 0. The comparison is done using a tolerance calculation with a small internal epsilon. This function is faster than using is equal approximate with one value as 0. Huh? Is equal approximately. I feel like we might want that. Is equal approximate wants to know if A and B are approximately equal. Approximately equal means that A and B are within a small internal epsilon. Okay, but what does that mean? What is the epsilon? What is it? I mean, it says that it's faster. Okay. And I guess we could just make it something other than 0. That's all that does. Is it just lets us make it something other than 0. Okay. Damn, this got complicated. I mean, we could just round it, I guess. But if I round it... Oh my god. You know what? It's math. Right, but I get that, but I'm saying, like, what is the epsilon? What is it? Right? It just says, oh, an epsilon. Like, let me pick it. I'm sure there is a way to pick it, though. Alright, I know this isn't gonna win me any fans, but I just don't give a crap because it's math, so I don't mess around. So here's what we're gonna say. This is never matching true. I need it to match true. Oh, thanks, Frank. Thanks for the hydrate. I have to go get some more liquid. Yeah, exactly. Oh, wait, what if I do process? Wait a minute. What if I do process? What if we try that? It might not make enough of a difference, but what if it does? It might still be too fine of a margin. Yeah, nope. Alright, well, it was worth a shot. Or threshold, that's what I'm saying, a threshold. That's what I'm saying. I want to control the epsilon. That's exactly what I'm saying. Like, shouldn't there be a function that's like that, but I can choose what it is? Yeah, exactly. if the frame step is less than, if the remainder is less than the speed, or the remainder is greater than, yeah, see, this is some, I don't even want to. I'm not really trying to snap it to a grid, though. Yeah, I feel like even if this works, it's going to be pretty fudgy. And you know, and I mean, it's a good point. I feel like it would be better to just like determine where the next grid point is and like move it there. But I'm worried that that's going to like look tilted. I'm starting to think I need to just like reimagine how I'm doing this completely. Like, what if I'm just worried it won't be smooth, but like what if it's always trying to either subtract or add the cell size, or the, you know, the 40, the thing that I'm trying to, you know, remainder against. I think I'm trying to find the multiple of, right? So what if it's always trying to, it's always like interpolating 40 to the left or 40 to the right or 40 up or 40 down. That way, theoretically, it would always be on the grid because it's always moving towards the next 40, right? And if the, I think that makes more sense. Hopefully it can be smooth. That's the only thing I'm worried about, is that it won't be smooth. I even wonder, if we could just say aim for like off the grid, like literally tell it to go no. All right, I'm just gonna try that. I'm gonna abandon this. I think that this multiple of thing is very fraught. Instead of checking to see if it's on the grid, I'm going to calculate the next 40. Even just add 40. Just make sure, because currently it starts in the middle. It starts off the grid. So I'm gonna not do that, just for the sake of making things a little bit easier. So I'm gonna go to the player, or the thought battle, and move the player. Because currently the player is in between the grid. Let's just put the player on the grid. Okay. Keep it simple. And now when the player moves, forget all this. None of that. Don't even care about this right now. If we can't, no, don't even worry about that. Forget that for a second. Forget that. We're not moving at a speed times delta. Instead, we're gonna say move toward from position X to position X plus equals, if it's left, minus equals wherever we're checking the cell size. Movement factor, the movement factor. Minus equals the movement factor. And then we'll say speed times delta for the delta. Oh, sorry, just minus, not minus equals. Okay. Move toward from position X to position X minus movement factor at a speed times delta. Okay, what is that like? I feel like it's gonna be weird, but let's just see. It's not gonna stop it yet. It's gonna just keep going. It's not gonna do anything. Okay. Is it because the speed is like too slow or something? Will not go past 2. That didn't work. It didn't work at all. Not even a little bit. Not one little bit. Not even kind of, not even sort of. No working. Oh, hyper smash that thumbs up button, YouTube. I forgot to say it recently. If you're watching on YouTube, you haven't hit that like button. I hope you will. It means a lot. Helps out the stream. Thank you. Lets me know I'm doing okay. Thought I'd just throw that out there. And if you're watching on mobile, press the hype. It's pronounced Joe Dot. Thank you. I wasn't sure. Thank you. I've been saying Godot all along, and clearly I've been wrong. Welcome. Hello. I'm feeling a little cyborg to myself. Morbid curiosity. If I make this like negative 1,000, do we start cruising? Just morbid curiosity here. We don't do nothing. Is this is hitting, right? Print. Oh, it's hitting. Trying to make some Pac-Man-like movement. I have certainly approached it in a wacky way, but I'm doing it to teach myself things. No, that's... Oh, it's hitting. Yeah, that's printing. Okay, so this is happening. It just isn't doing anything. Oh, move toward returns a float. I feel silly. Oh, sorry. Position X. See, this is why we suck. So that way next time I'll be like, I remember that one time it took me like 5 minutes to realize I need to make it equal something. Okay, great. So let's put this back to position X minus movement factor. And now try it. Cyberdork. You know, it's kind of hard to pick names that have zero bullying potential. And at the end of the day, it's just like, at least it'll expose who the bullies are. Okay, okay, and it's smooth! Yes! Okay, the idea is good. Okay, so then, let's go. So then what we, well, let's put it on every direction real quick. Progress. This is gonna be so much better. This is gonna be a lot better than remainder stuff. If we're moving to the right, it's simply a positive movement factor. If we're moving up, it's the y-axis negative movement factor. If we're moving down, y positive. This could potentially be put into a function, but I just don't really want to bother with that until I know it works. So we're going to say movable directions none. Yeah, doesn't do anything. And now we try to stop it. Okay. If left is not available, change us to be movable direction none. And let's see if we stop. If left becomes unavailable. Okay, we do stop, and it's constantly changing it, which is not great. So we'd want to probably add something extra in here. If direction is not available and current direction moving is set to movable directions left. So we are moving left, and left isn't available. Now it's stopping too soon because we want to make sure it still reaches that. So this is where we combine the move toward and this to say, okay, yes, I want you to, I'm going to collapse these. Yes, I want you to stop. I want you to stop when the raycast sees that left is no longer available, but not right away. I want you to wait until the move toward is complete. Wait until move toward is done. So it should not be able to interrupt to the current move toward. Instead, it just needs to make sure another move toward doesn't happen. So I would say we need to sort of be checking a flag, or we need to know when this float has been reached. So I think we should make a variable of this. Okay. Variable target position. Float. It's not going to be anything right now. Instead of having this equal position X, I'm just going to collapse some of these so they're out of my way. Instead of these all being position X, we're going to make them equal the target position. Okay. And that target position whatever the current one is, we want this to update over and over again. Keep that update. I guess I kind of want this to wait until we arrive at the current one to move to the next one, right? Because this is running every frame, so it's going to be constantly updating it, which is not what I want. It needs to actually wait. We need to be completely not moving until it decides where it's trying to go. Then it's allowed to start moving there. And when it arrives, I want it to cycle back here again, pick the next place. And in between that cycle, it needs to check to see, is it even allowed to move? So, wow, that's kind of a brain teaser. I mean, I'm thinking there'd just be a flag. I guess we could use movable direction none. No, I think I want like a currently moving thing. I think I want a currently moving thing, which is weird, but I don't care. So give me a variable currently moving boolean. We're gonna say yes we are right away. Physics process comes through. No, we're not. We are not moving to start with. It sets up the move toward, and we're gonna say this as well. This is where we use our when, okay? Match currently direction. We do this, movable directions left when not currently moving. If we're not currently moving and the movable direction is left, then we want move toward to happen. Now, how do we know when it is reached? Well, that's where our target position comes in, because the target position has been set. So now we're going to say, if position X is set to the target position, and we kind of need all of these to do the when. So I'm going to set that on each one. If position X has reached the target position, you might want to do an is0 approximately on this. Probably don't need to, but I don't think it's gonna hurt. It will hurt. Don't do it. You could do it, just don't do it right now. If it doesn't, don't fix when I'm broke. Okay, if position X set to target position, now we can say currently moving is false. Oh. Now what about this? Where does this come into play? Because in theory, what this will do, as soon as that, in theory, when that ends, it should circle back around and move this again. Until it reaches the end, then it should come back and allow it to move again. But what about stopping? Because the raycast sees ahead of the grid. It's moving, it's moving. It's going to be in the middle of a movement cycle that it's going to see it. And I need to say, finish that movement cycle. Finish that first. So I guess we would want to say if not currently moving. If not currently moving and the direction is not available and we're currently moving to the left, then stop. I don't know. It sounds weird, but let me just see. Let me just see where it's at. Show me how weird it is. Show me why it's so weird. Oh, it's that bug again. Oh, that's why that bug is bad, because it can lock you in. Yes, that is an outstanding bug that I have not been able to fix. I'm going to have to do a lot of work someday to get that fixed. But today is not going to be that day. It's an infrequent enough bug that I just kind of ignore it for now. But we'll deal with it. Just not today. And then I basically just try a little something to see if that little something fixes it. Oh, we are immediately not moving. Okay. Looks like I'm gonna need to see why. Real quick, can we get rid of this? I just want to see if it moves with that base logic without us trying to stop it. No. Okay. Good to know. We start out not moving. I never set it to true, to be fair. But that should kind of not matter. Should be currently set to left. Let's just check it out though. I'm gonna find the player. The player current direction is 1, which is left. 0 is none. 1 is left. So it's current. This should be matching. Let's see if this is matching first. Let's see if that prints. Yes. Okay, that is printing. That is totally matching. So you're setting the target position. Yeah, this is wrong, Lise. You want to, I see what I did. Target position needs to be position X minus movement factor, period. Bottom line. That's what the target position is, okay? Get rid of this whole move toward here. You put the move toward after all of that, right? And we say it's the target position. So we would say position X, and that's just for the horizontal, obviously. So we would kind of need a different target position. So maybe just to keep it consistent, we can say target position vector 2. And then we're just setting X here. This can also be X, and then this one is Y. These, of course, need to be adjusted to match. So we're only doing the movement factor bit. That's plus. That's Y minus. That's Y plus. Okay. As for the Y, that would definitely depend. So I'm kind of gonna do like another match statement. It's kind of wild, I admit, but I just want to make it work, and then I can think about how it could be cleaner. We're gonna do movable directions left. If we're moving left, this is without the when, right? Because I want this to match separately. So we're kind of just breaking it up into two. Really, we could say left, comma, because it doesn't really matter. Movable directions right. So that makes it a little nicer. So one of those two. If it's either of those, we do the X update. Otherwise, we do the Y update. Okay. Cool. Now, does this at least move us? I'm trying to decide if I want... No, we should... Move toward... See, that's the thing. I don't think that's going to work the way you want it to. Can I just see if this moves, first of all? I don't think it's going to, but just let me see where it's at. Here. Okay. Cool. So that did not work. That did not work. We're still not setting moving to true, but that shouldn't matter. Print left and not moving. If you think about it, that's going to be constantly updated. You really need it to be set to true. I think you really need that to be set to true. Currently moving equals true. I have a feeling that that's really important. Can you put it right after that match? Because you don't want those whens to keep hitting, to keep matching, right? At least. I'm not saying that's gonna fix anything, but oh man, I can't get that bug fixed. I'm gonna have to work super hard to get that one fixed. That's gonna take some time. Yeah, no. Damn, okay. Just hard. Left when not moving. Moving horizontally. So are both of these running? I know! Exactly, it will. 100% agree. So it is running moving horizontally. It totally is. So moving horizontally by what? 100% agree. Moving horizontally from... This will be interesting. Hey, what's up, Space Tiles? This particular song is also Good Morning, Space Tiles. Thank you. Yeah, me too, me too. I think I'm gonna have this one done early this month, truly. This is URL Melt by Unicorn Heads. All this music is YouTube audio library music that you're free to play on YouTube without getting copyright strikes or claims or anything. And I just listened through as much of that as I could. And I asked myself, can I code to this? Oh, someone redeemed a hydrate 20 years ago. I just realized. Hold on, let me go get some water. I totally forgot. That was a long time ago, admittedly. That was admittedly very long ago. Of course. But hold on. Let me go get... Cheers, whoever redeemed it 25 years ago. All right, let's do this. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Morph. It has been a pleasure. Cheers. And thank you for the lurk. Okay. So it is moving, but I want to know from where to where do you think you're supposed to move? Because I don't think it's right. From 560 to 0. So it's currently at 560 apparently. And it's trying to go to 0. Did this never run? This never ran. So target position never got set. So it was just 0. Got it. Okay. So why did this not run? Did it really not run though? Let me see. Prove it! Prove that it didn't run! Oh, I accidentally left those boxes visible. We can make this, like, gigantic. Okay. Prove it. No, it does run. It runs once. Okay, pause it for a second. And then the first time, is it something different? Okay, the first time, it's correct. See? 560 to 520. But then immediately it gets crushed. And brought down to 0. Okay. Which I guess makes sense because we're redefining target position right here. So every time, every frame, it gets redefined. That would make a lot of sense. Well, because you're not setting it back to false. But that wouldn't matter because no, you can't redefine. This has to be a global variable. That's the only way, or a member variable. That's the only way that's gonna work. Variable, target, position, float. You must. 'Tis the only way. Because every time that function runs, it redefines that. Oh, sorry, vector 2. Okay, I think this is going to be fine, so I'm not even going to check it. Alright. Let's see. So I really just want to see it moving to the left. Would be great. Alright, bring the put the prints back, Let me see them. What are we doing wrong? It says 560 to 520. It just isn't actually getting there. So the moving just never happens. But it is staying set correctly. So like that's good. Now I just need to get it to do the moving. I think you don't want... Well, I don't know. I mean, if that's always correct, if that's always move... If that's always go from X to this, why would that not work? See, I don't understand that. That's actually a little confusing to me. We're not redefining it. It is defined. We could try like lerp or something. I don't have to do move toward. It's literally exactly the same in every way. But that doesn't help. Damn, I'm confused. And it's moving to the left. Yeah, because this is because look, that's printing. I don't know what the problem is right now. We figured out where it needs to go. Can you tell me where the player... Can I just like see where the player is right now? Is the player where I think the player is? Is the player at 560? currently. Yeah, players at 560 on the x-axis. That's where they are. I mean, I could just not do, I don't have to do these. I would like to. Move toward alert. Maybe this isn't like a good way to use match, but it is, because look, it's running constantly. I genuinely don't really understand. Is the player in the room with us right now? It's right there, and it's I swear, it's real. Please, you have to believe me. Damn. I'm a bit stumped on that one. I guess I'd be kind of curious, like, what if I just move it out of the match statement? I can't even begin to understand why this would make a difference, but I'm just gonna do it. Just to eliminate it for a second here. No, it doesn't do anything. So we've got a physics process move toward. Now there was this thing that it said about negative delta if you wanted to move away, but I don't think that's it either. Definitely don't think that's it. Yo, what is happening? I am definitely open if someone literally actually understands what I'm missing here. I am genuinely open to any thoughts, suggestions, hints. I accept. I don't expect, but I accept right now because I'm very confused. This print is printing every physics frame. It is. It absolutely is. It unequivocally, without any doubt, is printing. Look. Look at that. Oh, it's printing. It's printing all over the dang place. As far as it is, we are evidently moving horizontally according to this print, and I am moving from 560 evidently to 520. Those are two different numbers. Two different numbers. Clearly and correctly set up in a move toward. So a move toward is running every physics frame. It's got a thing that's different. Oh my god, I did it again. I did it again. Oh my god. Do you see what I did again? I did it again. This is gonna be a hard lesson for me to learn. I don't know, y'all, when I see move toward, and you know why? You know why it's also, no, that's not why. Wow, when I see move toward, I think of it like, but it's purple. That's your, I don't even know, I don't even get, what the hell am I saying? I don't even know. Anyway, when I see move toward, I'm like, oh. Like the thing before it, right? Player dot move. No, wrong. Something needs to say XYZ equals move toward, because move toward, all that it does is it gives you a float. That's all it does. So right now we're basically just saying float. Here's a float. It's there. It does nothing. feel a little silly. All right. Target, or not target, position X equals is literally just going to fix it right now. Wow. Look, I got there eventually, but man, that's gonna take me a while to remember. All right, so we should see this thing moving now. All right, stopped a little early. Well, because it only went that one spot, right? It's not looping. It went from 560 to 520, and then it stopped. So now I need it to actually keep going. So we got one step. Now do another step. So when does it get set to false? No time. So this is where we say if position X reaches target position X, right? Then we set it to false. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, there we go. We're moving. All right. The moving is moving. I'm trying to see if I can tell if it's like jilted. If it is, it's very, very hard to tell. I'm gonna zoom in a bunch. It's very hard to tell. Genuinely don't know. I do. I feel like I do see it a little bit. A little like it's subtle, but it's there. Not a fan of that. Would love. What if you do process? Process might help a lot with that. Can we change all the physics process to just regular process? Hopefully it doesn't mess anything else up. That's not how you spell process. Process. But it might help a little bit. Okay, let's see. Nah, it didn't help. Hey, what's up, Denslap? Welcome! How you been? Have I just been missing your streams? Or I think I'm just missing your streams. Shout out to Deadslap, by the way. Deadslap making some awesome games. Creates incredible, lush worlds. Haven't been streaming. Got it. Okay. I haven't been missing them. Well, whenever Deadslap does come back around to stream, y'all should definitely go check them out. And they have a YouTube as well. So if you're on YouTube, you can find it there through the Twitch page, I'm sure. Okay. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Thanks for stopping in. I hope it's like good busy or neutral busy. I'm making a little Pac-Man type thing that's going inside of a dungeon crawler that's inside of a Tamagotchi game. Kind of doing all that stuff. So it's like for the Game Jam, the Game Like Jam that I host every other month, we make games like other games. This was my Tamagotchi, like you have the cat, pet the cat. Cat feels really good about being pet. You know, I haven't worked on like this mini game in like a long time, but it's there. It's definitely there. I'm gonna scoop the cat's poop. The percentage is quite horrifyingly dishonest. You're also a cat influencer. It's like film your cat, right? And then that'll be like a Pokemon Snap thing. And then you're gonna post online to make money so you can like buy stuff for your cat. So the posting online part is going to be at least, there's gonna be many games potentially, but at least this mini game where you plan your posts. So it's just like an arbitrary mini game. So when you're planning your posts, you can pick a platform. Let's do YouTube. And then you are this little brain. You're this cute little brain. It is a calico. I want you to be able to change it, but for now, thanks, Deadslap. For now, it's only calico, but you can change each other once, in theory. And so your little brain, and you're trying to come up with ideas for a post. So I only have a couple ideas in the game for now, just to keep things moving. So it's kind of like a little roguelike. I'm actually going to pull it out of here because the sizing is a little off in that version. So we're just going to look at this version where it isn't off. But you will walk around, and then a pack. And so this is like the rogue like version, right? It's like playing like the game Rogue. And then when you go in here, it's going to turn into like a Pac-Man style game. So we'll walk around. Actually, I do have to go back to the other version. You know why? Because the Pac-Man movement ain't what it used to be. So actually, because I'm currently what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to actually make, because the Pac-Man-like jam just started. So I'm trying to make the Pac-Man movement actually be Pac-Man movement. But so you'll move around here, and then you'll collect the idea, and it goes into your idea slot. And once you have all those ideas, that's your social media post. So it's just kind of like dungeon crawling, and then it's a lot of different games, variety of games. And so these would all move, all these things would be moving around the map. But for now, it's just kind of shooting fish in a barrel. But yeah, that's what I'm working on right now, is merging the game into this other game. And see, this movement is not very Pac-Man-like movement. So I'm trying to set up Pac-Man-like movement, and I'm doing it in probably the most complicated way possible, but I'm enjoying it. So, yeah. You'll be back again eventually. Good busy. Currently working on your brother's game full time. Whoa, you have a brother who makes games too? It's a game dev dynasty. That's cool. He got a publisher and hired you on to help with the visuals. That's so cool. Wait, you're like a game dev family. That's awesome. I love that. Hey, Lady of Code, welcome back. How you doing? Yeah, it's a little fancy. It's a little fancy. I'm not sure exactly what you're saying is fancy, but probably. Intense levels of game within a game within a game. Oh, looking super fun. Thank you. Yeah, it is pretty intense levels game within a game within a game. I agree. Agree. Alright, so yeah, I'm just kind of like beating my head against the wall, but that's alright. I enjoy it. I'm getting somewhere. It's a dream come true! He's been a web and app developer for years, but always wanted to do game dev. And just like got a publisher. Do you know, that is not a common thing that indie devs say. Got a publisher. Like most of us be self-publishing. Damn. Damn. In this economy? Must be a damn good game. Must be very good game. Well, if you want to drop any links to it or something, feel free. Or at any point where the progress is getting somewhere. That's so cool. That's like a game dev miracle. So yeah, I'm trying to set up the movement to like move like on a grid but smoothly, and it's not quite as smooth as I want. It looks pretty smooth, but I think it could be more smooth. I kind of want to just like maybe let go of that lack of movement for now and come back to that, because I'm sure there's some way we could yeah, it's kind of good enough. I feel like there's some way we could blend between it, but like because even if I don't like focus on the blend being perfect right now, look, and when I say good, I don't think it's good enough. No, it's not good enough. Let me put it that way. No. It's not good enough. Incorrect. It is not. It is unacceptable. All right. You should be moving smoothly. But what I do think, yes, is leaving it for later. I do think that this is not a priority at the moment, to be fair. So yes, that is true. Ooh, announcement trailer. Let's go. Came out a month ago. Early alpha build. Visuals aren't great, But that's what you're working on. Apparently it was good enough to get a publisher. I know you will, Dead Slap. You have such an incredible strength at visual storytelling, specifically. Because you're not just going to make things look better, you're going to make them look better in a way that is, like, correct. Super cool. Love that. But yeah, please drop the link. So what I'm going to do is I want to at least get us running into the wall. So that's what this is supposed to do. But this is where it gets weird. Because I need it to complete its last move toward. It must reach the target position. So I would say else return. Honestly. Like if it hasn't reached the target position, re-freaking turn. I don't think that's gonna quite work. But let's see where we get with that. Curiosity, and we'll go from there. We'll fix it from there. Nice! Okay, so it went all the way to the center, because basically what I needed to do is I need it to stay in the center of the lane. That's what this whole thing is about, is I want the Pac-Man to always be, I'm not even drawing it that well, to always be in the middle of the lane. I feel like blue looks better. Does that kind of make sense? Like, always be in the middle. So I don't want the player to be able to, like, move like here or here, right? The player should not be able to go there. The player should only be allowed to stay directly in the middle. And so I'm kind of using this, like, code to enforce that you stay here. So then when we get to the edge, there's like a ray cast that's detecting, oh, there's gonna be a wall soon. So once you finish your current movement towards the next grid spot, don't keep moving after that. And it worked. All right, let's do this. Yeah, kind of looked pretty good. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm happy with how that looked. Shoot. This was before any visuals. Okay, so we have to be really thoughtful about not judging the visuals. They're gonna be like fine. Oh, for crying out loud. For crying out loud, this looks great! This is ridiculous. Wait, this looks good. I see. Look, I can understand. Okay. Where, like, if this were my game, I would be like, well, I might improve this. I might want to change that. Okay, but like, come on, this looks good as it is too. But we want to. Dead Slap says. It was before any visuals really worked on. His brother was mostly working on multiplayer and flight controls, menus, etc. As of a month ago, Dead Slap has been trying to figure out how to make good-looking trees, explosions, all sorts of stuff. Nice. Yeah, I mean, I see how that stuff is like very basic, but like that's clearly the right move, right? Is to make sure that you're prioritizing the friggin' gameplay and you do enough of it that it just like gets the point across. Microprose. Wait, what is Microprose? Is that the pub? Wait, Microprose, that's like a name. That's like a big name, right? I recognize. Isn't it like a toy company? Priorities are stacked properly. Yes, Lady of Code, I feel like this is like your religion or something. That's like a big publisher, right? Like, that is not a name I haven't heard. Wow. Oh, so this is a game that's already based on an existing IP. Yeah. Totally space tiles. Honestly, that's also a good. I have seen that indie devs succeed with that, like pitching existing IPs to because the company might already be looking to. That's smart. Wow. Your brother was working on Into the Dawn, but it was rebranded to a gunship IP. Whoa. Smart. That's so cool. I don't remember anything the 90s pretends not to be cool. Wow. How interesting. Really, really interesting. I'm sorry it's in light mode. I don't save my cookies because I'm paranoid. So it means every time it forgets that I said dark mode. Wow, I mean, this is super cool. And this definitely wasn't a toy company. It's kind of a full circle thing because my brother was inspired by gunship games in the past to make a helicopter game. And then the publishers of the original gunship game decided to back us. So now he's making the next edition in the series that inspired him in the first place. Oh my god, that is definitely dream come true stuff. Holy moly. Yo, they are doing things. They are active. Publishing announcement. It's even like super specific. They're so specific with the naming convention. Announcement trailer, publishing announcement. Theme. It's just a theme. Interesting. Devlog. Rise of piracy. So cool. Congratulations. You deserve it. Death by scrolling. Darkenstein? They made a Wolfenstein-like? You see, making Wolfenstein-likes can get you money today! That's why we do these Game Like Jam games. You never know. Is that going to be you? Are you going to be interviewed like that? They had some really big games in the past and are sort of revamping some of the old IPs and stuff. So, okay, would you say that you... And you don't have to answer this, don't worry about it, it's okay. But in terms of like knowing did you reach out to them? Or not you, but your brother. Like, how did you know to pitch it to them? Were they like putting stuff out and just being like, we're looking to publish games? Was there like did your brother get a tip from like at a con? Or, you know, how do you even think? How does an indie game dev, you don't have to answer the question directly, but like, how does an indie game dev like any of us get the attention, know what publisher to get the attention of? Let alone get the attention, but not even that. I'm not even asking that. I'm not even asking how do you get the attention of a publisher, but how do you know who to get the attention of? Was it just, I don't know. Anyway, you don't have to answer it, but it's what I immediately think of is like, where does that, how does publisher and dev link up? You know, it's interesting. Well, to not put pressure on you answering, I want to keep moving. Okay, we stop perfectly. It's exactly what it's supposed to be. So now comes the moving part. Now I need the player to make the decision to change direction if they want to. I say we just start with left and right for now. So this is saying if we're not currently moving, which I think we can probably put this in a bigger if statement, because that's going to be true for all of these, potentially. If we're not currently moving, and if left isn't available and we're moving left, Dead Slap says, I think my brother reached out, but I think he just was interested in talking to some of the original developers. Not necessarily even to get published. More like just to interview them and ask questions about game design. Wow. Who you know is so important. And that makes sense too, like I'm not gonna say it's like a personality hire kind of situation, but if you're just strictly going in with business, you know, that's one thing. But if it's like they're like, hey, I like you, I like the way you think. Wow, you're on the same page as us, you know? The conversation could kind of come up. That's really interesting. Not just thinking of it purely as a business thing. Sometimes just knowing people and being on the same page can be helpful. It's very interesting. Makes sense. Good morning, Sensei! Welcome. How are you doing today? On this lovely, lovely morning. It is heartwarming. It is, right? It's like there's no pretense. It just like is like nice. Personal relationships are the only way I've ever gotten any opportunities ever. So yeah, just know people. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. They say don't meet your heroes. No. Meet them. And if they suck, okay. If they don't, hey! Really cool. I'm gonna make one of these for moving to the right. And we're gonna want for up and down as well. I'm a little concerned that these are gonna conflict. Yeah, these are gonna conflict. Actually, I don't know. So even before I start moving us in another way, I think I'd like to see if this causes a problem. It might not. But it also might. Because we got this raycast detecting and all. No! Okay, great. Just checking. Nice. Dope. So now, let's see if I can get the player to move the opposite way. So I don't have any input stuff in here at all. So let's put it in there. So where do I want to put that? I mean, historically, I put it in literally the input function, but I find that can actually be a bit of a mistake sometimes. So I think what I'm gonna do... Yeah, we already have handle controls here. Okay, so yeah, that's perfect. Great. Oh, right. We commented out the movement changing because it used to be a character body, so velocity mattered, but it's not velocity anymore. So I'm gonna need to actually have it move. But we don't actually need it to move much. All it has to do is change the direction. That's it. So if it's a horizontal direction, flip the sprite, obviously. But further than that, if... Oh, actually, you could just do it right there, kiddo. Look at that, right there. If it's left, change current direction. Movable, this is gonna be pretty easy actually. Move it to the left, otherwise move it to the right. Now, I guess I gotta think about, I don't think it's gonna block it. It might let us actually move through a block currently. I might need to say, I could put it here. Probably better to put it in change current direction, if I'm being honest. But let me even prove out that that's possibly what is gonna happen. Oh, and I have been thinking it could be nice to like have the eyes look up and down when you press up or down. That might be really helpful, but for now, we're not gonna worry about that. It would be nice though. I kind of would like if we did that. By the way, you don't need this direction string, because you could just do, whatever. I'm not gonna worry about it right now. Let's just make it up. Oh, that's the wrong one. Up and down, because it's not obvious that that's something I might want to make match better. Up and down. Just kind of want to make sure it works. Would be great. All right, it did move. So it's a little weird because it waits. It waits until we get to the end of that move toward, which is what I told it to do. So I might have to make an exception here. An exception for if... Yeah, we can move through the wall. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, we can clip through the wall. An exception where changing direction can override it. Okay, I don't think this is gonna work, but can we move up and down? We can. We can probably move through the wall. We can just go wherever we want. So yeah, that needs a little tweaking. But it always moves on the grid. That's what's good about it, is we're always on the grid. So that's the main W here. This is good. This is very good. I don't know, I pressed the... Oh, I mixed up and down. This is definitely very good. If we press up, move down. Up. Oops. Copy paste. Gotta watch out for that copy paste. It'll get you. Dead Slap says, oh, one other thing. On the publishing side. Oh, yes. On the publishing side. Very whoops. Micropose was already geared towards making helicopter games. So that helps. Right. It was a little fateful. If my bro had reached out to a mobile auto clicker game publisher, it probably wouldn't have worked out. Yeah, so there's I mean, I hate to say it, but a little strategizing goes a long way, right? So like, yes, okay, I want to talk to you because I'm interested in you, but also, I mean, it kind of works out like I'm working on a game about helicopters. You make great games about helicopters. I'm interested in picking your brain a little. I mean, it makes sense. And I mean, Micropose, you know, they're not like Bethesda. They're not like EA, right? It's like there are cool people there. There are people there, potentially cool, you know? So I mean, I think there's a strategy. I hate to just like turn something that's beautiful and organic into like a business strategy. But at the same time, it's hard not to be like, okay. You know, how can I identify publishers that might be actually interested in the game, but I also genuinely, number one, am interested in what they do and want to talk to them. Don't. If they don't want to pick up the game and offer it out of nowhere, that's fine. That's not my main thing. Yeah. No, that makes sense. But it does just so happen. To me, it's like, okay, to me, that says, whatever I'm working on, I want to add to my breadth of research. Like, I play games similar to the games that I'm making, right? I read articles. I see what players are saying about games that are similar, that are out right now. Whatever. I see what's successful, what isn't. And then maybe in addition to that research that I do for whatever I'm working on, I could also just throw in the mix, reaching out to publishers that are interesting. Just add it in the mix. It's part of the research. Oh, you want to potentially give me money? Oh, well, yeah. Well, actually, publishers take money, but you know what I mean. Help us all earn money together. Okay, all right. Yeah, let's circle back to that. Oh, the Pedelopers. Do you know about the Pedelopers? I think that's why most of us are Pedelopers. Being genuinely interested in learning from and talking to people is a good business decision, right? There isn't really anything wrong. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. I agree. I want to make sure that we cannot move into the wall. So we have to say if that. So this is why I said, 2 hours ago, an hour ago, why I said it's valuable to, when you have like a state machine, to just set up a function like this, a function that changing those states routes through, because now I can make a very specific thing happen every time we try to update that. If I had a bunch of, current direction becomes this scattered all throughout, oh man, what a pain to try and forget it. Just forget that. I could do a setter getter. No, I hate those. No, we're gonna create our own special function place for it. Oh yeah, see you later. Thank you for stopping in. It was a pleasure to chat with you, Dead Slap. Congrats again to you and your brother, and I'm definitely gonna keep an eye on that project. Really, really cool. Dead Slap, let's go. I feel like we just had a special guest. Awesome. Yeah. I'll be there when you do. I'll try. Bye for now, Slap. Does he slap? Okay, so every time we try to change direction, there's a possibility that it gets rejected. I actually just kind of set this up earlier on my game manager, so I'm just gonna copy that. So we just say there's this proposed state that we're changing to. We're proposing. Doesn't mean we will, but we might. And if it's successful, we move forward. So I'm just gonna copy a bunch of this crap. It's a lot of stuff. Let me just do it piecemeal. Let me just do it one at a time. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the layered thinking. So we start out, first things first. We wanna know if that change is gonna be successful or not. We're gonna assume no, it will be rejected. So we say movement, change, proposal. We want to look through those movable directions and specifically say that the current direction. So whenever the current direction we're moving, we want to see, can we go from that to the new direction? And it'll just print it out, which can be nice for debugging to have that information. Now, this is something I probably would not keep long term because it's going to add a lot of console prints, but for now it could be useful. Okay, so first things first, check if it's successful, or set up the successful potential. Report whether or not, or what we're trying to propose, then come down here, come down here, come down here. So what this does is this actually checks via some functions if the change was successful. And if it wasn't successful, we just stop right there. We don't update the state. We want to stop before the state can get updated. So we'll say that something in there, things happen, who knows what. If the change was not successful, we point that out. Movement change proposal denied. Going from the current direction moving to the new direction. Wasn't allowed, didn't happen. Sorry. Wasn't meant to be. And then we get out of there. But if it does make it past there, we update the current direction to the new direction, and we report that it's been changed. And we'll just borrow it because it looks nice. Okay. Change that. Just do them both at the same time. So hard to double click and hold that. Okay, a modifier key apparently. Okay, paste that. This is current direction moving, and this is. Well, actually, well, this would be last. We technically don't know what the last one is at this point. So, actually, we just keep, you know what? We're just gonna keep it the way it was. Yeah, you know what? Okay, so, now, we need those things that happen in here that determine if change successful is going to be approved. So how do we know if it's going to be approved? It's going to be approved if that direction that's being requested is available, or it's not available. How do I want to do it? If new direction. You could just say if. I don't even know if we need a function for it. If current direction's unavailable has new direction, should be all we have to do. So we have a list of all the directions, basically the raycasts. One here, one there, one there, one down. There's raycast looking in all four of those directions. And if it sees a wall, that direction goes into this unavailable direction array. So if the new direction is in that array, we have a problem. Technically, I'll say if it is not in that array, change successful becomes true. Hell, we could even say change successful equals that it isn't in there. See what that's like. Hopefully this will block me from, if I did it right, I might not have, from moving in directions I'm not supposed to move in. Okay, so I can move left and right. Can I move up? Let me put my keys up there. So I'm gonna try to move up now. No, denied. Oh, okay, so my up and, all right. My up and down was mixed up. Wait, I thought I fixed the up and down. Okay, we gotta fix the up and down. But it seemed, but wouldn't it have, Okay, let me just make sure I've got my up down correct here. Up. Negative position Y. Yes. Down. Positive position Y. Yes. If we're moving up or down, update position Y. Okay. If up is not available, and we're currently moving up, it's a little confusing, isn't it? Right, because this is just trying to check on every interval. Every time we stop mid-cell, it should check to see if we can't move in the direction we're still trying to move, and then it will unset us from moving in that direction. So that seems good. Up or down is the vertical direction. Wait, get axes. No. Oh wait, no, that... Oh, that's fine. That's okay. Wait. That doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. Because this is gonna return false. I don't see how this makes sense, actually. I don't like this. Can we make this, because it's like a float? That doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. I mean, you can just make sure it's not 0. I feel like if you just say it's not 0, that would probably work. That's really weird. If the horizontal, why would I do that? If it's not approximately 0, I feel a little complicated about this. Like, why did I have it that way? And that means it was that way somewhere else, too. Well, it's concerning, but, you know, I'm not gonna worry about it right now. Okay, let me see where that gets me. Up. Change your direction. Up. Down. Change your direction. Down. Okay. Why were we able to clip through? What did I do wrong? Because I'm not convinced that what I just did is enough to fix the problem that I witnessed. Okay. Can move left and right. I moved up. Totally fine. Nice. Okay, there, everything went to hell. And we're outside the map. Why? What did I do? How did I do that? How did I move? Uh-oh. See, what is... It's weird because left and right... Let me see if I can break left and right. I seem to mostly be able to break up and down. But I don't seem to be able to... Let me try to go on the other side. I don't seem to be able to break left and right. So it tells me that there's something about up and down specifically that's set up wrong. I mean, to be fair, I just sort of incidentally did it. See, that didn't go all the way. That didn't make it all the way down. See, it's stopping in the middle. Okay, so for some reason, it's not waiting for the move toward before it stops. It's happening immediately, which is incorrect. Oh! There it is. I only set that up for, yeah, that'll, yep, right. Well, we could, okay, all right, yeah. Can we do an or here? Is that, why does that seem wrong? Or position Y is set to, because we wouldn't want, no, see, that's where it gets a little strange, doesn't it? Because this needs to depend on whether that's one of the directions. Are we, if we're horizontally moving and we arrive at it, it becomes false. If we're vertically moving, so yeah, that's, okay, that's definitely what it is. And where do we put that stuff? Yeah. Okay. Well, I kind of think we could make this a function, this horizontal vertical direction thing. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna say function how do I want to write that though? Well, can we say is moving horizontally, return Boolean, and then just let this do the stuff. But see, how is that gonna log that? Do you see what I'm saying? Well, you would just run that in process. And just have it, I don't like this. I don't like this. This doesn't make sense. Make that a global thing. Make that, don't do this. Make it a global thing. Yeah, make it a global thing. So what if we say variable moving horizontally float Boolean equals is 0 approximately, not is 0 approximately, wrapping that get access input. And then we would do the same thing with vertically, except change it. No, I can't take it. I gotta make these strings. But you know what would be nice is if we could do movable directions. You know what? I think it's actually gonna be more clear if I don't. I'm gonna do direction string. I think I'd actually appreciate that. So I'm gonna make this up, and I'm gonna make this down, and we're gonna create them because I can't stand that this is not the same. It's just it's tech debt. I don't need that tech debt. I'm not interested. Okay. Well, we're gonna get rid of that anyway, actually. Here, grab this. Wow, I didn't need that. It's okay. Goodbye. And then... But you can't, but Lise, you have to... Okay. You can put this anywhere you want. Process handle controls... You should say process controls. I feel like that just makes more sense, by the way. That is kind of related to controls if you think about it. So let's do that. We're still gonna make it a global variable or a member variable. Direction pressed would be if moving horizontally or moving vertically. And then the rest of this should work, except here we want to say if not, wait, if we're moving horizontally, and this one is if we're moving vertically. Elif moving vertically. dokie. Now, we make sure we declare all this stuff that is currently not. So let's get these extra direction strings. One for up, one for down. And I do think it'd be fun if we did eyeballs up and down. Because one thing in Pac-Man is, you know, it's kind of nice to know, like, if your up look or your up movement or your down movement is, like, queued up before you get to the up or down lane. And so it kind of give you, even though you're like pressing up and down and you can't move up and down, it'll give you like a clue that you are trying to move up and down. And if you time it a certain way, it'll teach you that timing of how early you can press it before it'll read it when it walks across. Yeah, I think that could be a nice touch, but I'm not going to do it right now. All right, so then we have to do moving horizontally and moving vertically. So let's do that. Variable moving horizontally, that is going to be a Boolean. We'll just say they're initialized as false. Okay, that should clear all that up. Then we circle back to this. So if moving horizontally and we've arrived at our position, currently moving is false. Otherwise, if we're moving vertically and we've arrived at our position, well, also move false, really. Kind of either way. Make sure that's Y. Copy, paste, be careful. Yeah, just keep it separate. Oh, and then we got a return on that. Is that from this? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, if neither, don't worry about stopping us. Okay, let's see what that does. I'm optimistic. Unless I just did a little goofy thing. Unless I did a little goofy mistake. Okay, I did. I did. So it is not persistently moving anymore. Probably because when it stops in between. Can I see which state we're at? Let me just see. Are we switching to none for like a second? Let's find out. That's gonna be in managers. Manage thought battles. Down here. Thought battle. Brain window, subviewport. Level elements. Player. Okay, I just want to like I just want to get my cursor in the right place, and then I want to monitor what the current direction is. So that says 2. 0 is none. 1 is left. 2 is right. 3 is up. 4 is down. So, but you can look, we're neither moving horizontally or vertically. That needs to not get unset. So that's the problem. How is that going to false? Well, probably because you told it to go to false. So it actually needs to not reset itself back to false. I think that's our real problem. Okay. Moving horizontally equals no. No. Do not. We only want to, we want to update it and we want to keep it that way. So we will say, if not moving horizontally, check if we should be. If not moving vertically, check if we should be. And if we are moving horizontally, then we should not be moving vertically. So then moving vertically should become false. Okay. It's kind of wacky. I know. But I don't really care. Wait a minute, wait. Else. If we're not moving horizontally, check to see if we are. If that did change it, false. Did that end up making sense? Is that what sense being made did for me in this situation? Or not as much? Nice. Okay. Good, but now I can't change directions. Oops. Oh, it gets complicated! Ah! Yeah, I got a bit of a mess here because I keep like doing one thing and it breaks another thing. So you know I've got like too many cooks in this state kitchen. Way too many. I know that. Let me see if it's detecting my input. No, it is. So you can see. Okay, wait a minute. It says we're moving horizontal. Okay, so when we stop, when we hit a wall, that also needs to turn. So okay, all right. I'd also want to make sure it's not none. This needs to be some kind of function on its own. I don't know what, but something. We could do this in change current direction. So we'll do a match statement in here. So if the change was successful, and the current direction is movable directions, none, then we need to make sure that moving horizontally becomes false, as does moving vertically. What is that like? Does that help or does it not help? Yeah, all right. That immediately did not help. Wait, why? It stopped, oh no. Is that what's happening right now? No. Let's see when that message pops up. Never. It's like it's frozen. Wait, isn't that like the only thing that I did? Was that? What else did I do? How? How is this never running? Because I'm typing the word stopped into the filter. The very presence of that breaks everything. What? Huh? How does that work? Question, Lise, does it start out left? I mean, I think it does. Yeah, it does. But what does it say that we are right now? In remote? Man, I very much look forward to simplifying this logic, because I know, you know, just the way that I've built it was just sort of like piecemeal, being inspired as I go. It says we're moving left. It says we're moving left, and it says we're moving vertically. Why? Why would you think that? Probably something here. If we're not moving horizontally, so if we are moving horizontally, vertically is false. If we're not moving horizontally, we update moving, yeah, because then if this becomes false, yeah, this is a mistake. This is confusing. What if you say, if we're not moving horizontally and we are definitely pressing left or right? Yeah, because you're not moving. Oh, it's confusing. Oh, okay. If we are not moving horizontally and we are definitely pressing left or right, congratulations, we're moving horizontally. Okay? Oh man, I'm doing something real weird here. If we are moving horizontally, yeah, this else is a mistake. I'm gonna tell you that right now. This else is not gonna be good. So I would say don't do that. Oh my god. Okay, can we actually say, okay, let me try a different way. Oh, it's so confusing. Put it in here. Only. We don't want moving horizontally to be whatever this equals. It needs to be only if we're indeed moving. My dysboolia is showing. It's like dyslexia, but for Booleans. Moving, it's definitely showing here. Moving horizontally equals true. Okay? If we're not moving horizontally, and we're definitely pressing a horizontal button, turns out we are moving horizontally. Okay? And you know what? Right then and there, make vertically false. Don't have it doing it in weird places. Do it right there. Alright? And I do the same thing here. If we are definitely pressing up or down, right? By saying this is not zero approximately, meaning that that axis is detecting movement, and we are not yet logged as moving vertically, flag us as indeed moving vertically and ensure that we are definitely not moving horizontally. Okay? Is that better? It's confusing. You know that's confusing. Whoa, look at that shape it created. It's lovely. I love when randomness is lovely like that. Oh, it's so nice. Okay. Nice. Okay, we're moving. Good. Oh. It's still ending the up and down too early. Oh my god. The vertical movement has just been was just like a very unexpected wrinkle. So I will say it is not hearing me change direction very well. Because it's not, well, we haven't engineered the interruption yet. That's actually by design. Well, it's not by design, it's by not yet designed. where I can't interrupt us moving to the next cell. But for now, left and right is still at least solid. Exactly. For people who felt like the walls in Pac-Man should just be a suggestion. This is the game free. Oh, and there we go. The game free. Welcome. Oh my goodness. Well. So, what the hell's going on? So why is it not? Well, that would be because I screwed up this. This is wrong somehow. Somehow I did this not right. Because it's not waiting for the vertical movement to reach its destination before it denies the movement. As soon as that vertical raycast sees a wall, it's stopping the player, which is wrong. So think about this. Where does it detect that it's stopping? Right here. This is where. I need to look at like what variables are being set. It's a little confusing to me. Oh, it's convoluted. I know. Let's try this again. Except this time, can we go a lot slower? Crank that speed down. Hopefully that propagated. Okay, very slow. It stopped. Why did you stop? Well, let's see. See what the heck's going on here. That was incorrect behavior. Very incorrect. See, it switched to vertical movement. Why? Okay, it switched to, I pressed it, it switched to horizontal. I can't seem to go to the right. What did I even do? It says current direction none. Oh, Lise, remember your prints, girl. Read your prints. So here's okay. It's not even reporting the proposals. Okay, well that's a problem. I feel like your input access thing is an entire mess. Lise, I think you need to deeply reimagine this. I think this is awful. I think this needs to go in the garbage immediately. I think this is not good. I get it, you know, flipping the sprite, but I do not think this is acceptable. I think you need to get rid of it. I'm just gonna be honest with you. You okay? I think you need to redo that. We need to put this, use your dang state machine. Alright? Use it. You got it, use it. So what's determining if it's not going to be a successful change? If it is in an unavailable direction. Did I mix up my raycasts or something? Let me just double check that my raycasts aren't wrong. I don't think they are, but I can't even tell. Oh, that's remote. Nope, that's the down one. That's up. Yeah, they're right. Did you, and you assigned them correctly? It would just be a nice little double check here. Down is down, up is up. Okay. Can we check one more place? Right, up, down, down. Okay. Just wanted to just double check that that was all right. A lot of places for it to go wrong. Up, minus, down, plus. Okay. All right. So when we're gonna go to the state machine, and in the state machine, when we detect if it's not in a loud direction that we're trying to switch it to, that's when it gets denied. Now, you know what's definitely never going to be in there is none. None is never going to be in a disallowed direction. So we need to kind of rethink that. Why would it even though, like... We don't need to request none. None does not require a proposal. Okay? It doesn't. Not only that, yeah, I feel like that's a big thing I'm missing here, is I'm not including the none. I'm starting to doubt the none a little bit. So, because basically anywhere we're checking where do we say if we are moving, things happen? Currently moving true. None happens when we're moving in. Well, what happens when you change? This is confusing! I feel like I need some like on-screen debug. Like I need like to have like the current states printed out. This is oh, my brain got real twisted. Oh, I messed my brain up good. Ay ay ay. Oh my gosh. All right, just do what you're gonna do. If you're change the current direction, what happens? Well, we do actually say what happens when it's none, and it stops. Moving on, but what about movable? This is gonna make a big difference. Movable directions left. Do we don't check this anywhere anymore? We do, right there. Yeah, it's the same thing. It's literally the same thing. I mean, do it right here. See, we have this in so many places. But this is checking what it is. This isn't checking if it should become it. So that is different. Wow, okay. You know what I'm excited about? I'm excited about getting it to a point that it works, and then zooming out and being like, all right, how do I make this not be crazy? Arguably, I should consider doing that sooner than later. So it's easier to like figure it out, but I'm not gonna do that. Not yet. I still have hope. Movable directions left, movable directions right. If either of those are the thing, then we want moving horizontally to be true. I mean, it kind of makes sense. We're setting false here. We should probably set true here as well. All right, it just makes sense. Up, down, and then that's vertical. All right. Okay, I don't think that's gonna be enough, but let's just see where that what difference that makes. I am beyond expecting a change to suddenly make it work, all right? I've let go of that dream. I just want to see how things are different. Okay, so we stopped in the middle of the road, which is ridiculous. It is not accepting any of my movement proposals. It has no interest in what I am telling it. It doesn't want to hear it. Okay. So my question now is, what happens in the data points here? Okay, nothing. It says we're not moving horizontally. It says we're not moving vertically. It says our current direction is left. That should never happen. Never, ever. Okay, what's our, it says our target position is 520. What's our, 520? Okay, so we've arrived at the position. If we arrive at the position at that moment, it is supposed to check to see if we're colliding on the left. If we're not colliding on the left, then we should keep moving. Somehow that got broken. Well, because look, somehow we're not moving horizontally. I bet if you release this, is currently moving true or false right now, by the way? Would be great to know. Currently moving is true. Okay, so if currently moving is true, then nothing's gonna happen. It needs to switch to false. So okay, this is good to this at least. Okay, so if I were to just get rid of that, we would start moving. Well, I don't want to have to just delete that to get us moving, because this is saying, because somehow the thing that was wrong is that moving horizontally got set to false. And I know why it got set to false. Because we said if it's none, set them both to false. No, wrong! Incorrect! That was the big mistake that I just did. No. Wrong. This is wrong. It stopped, oh no, bad. Okay, I'm gonna be honest, I'm concerned that it stopped, oh no, didn't actually print. But I'm not convinced that this didn't fire. Because remember, earlier, when I deleted this code, things were fine again. So I think this is really a problem. Move directions none. Oh god, this gets really convoluted. When... I don't know when to make it false yet. Can we just get rid of this? Can I just put this in the garbage for right now? Can we just throw that away? I just don't want that. I need to rethink how we change that. Okay, so that stopped us anyway. It didn't matter. That wasn't even it. So what else is making it false in this project? It is. I mean, it is very similar to Python. That is like basically accurate. You're basically right. I'm a little concerned. They're both white space languages. They use a lot of really similar things. I don't know Python. I just know this because what everyone says. Do you know Python? I think I'd like to know Python at some point. Moving horizontally false. Well, okay, so does it just never become true in the first place? What makes it true? Moving horizontally equals true. If the movable direction is left, well, we should be starting out with the movable direction left. Yeah, but Lise, that's only after it changes. You see? You see? What if, huh? We start us out as moving horizontally. Or we don't. And we double up on... No, don't do that. That's ridiculous. Have us start out moving horizontally. Do that. Because it's true. We're going to start out moving horizontally. That's already true. So let it kick off that back and forth. Okay, we're moving. Nice. And we hit the wall. Good. Now, it's not accepting my requests to move because it switched to none, and we have no way somehow to get out of here. But we're stopping at the wall. This is nice. It gives you confidence because you were a data analyst at one point, so you like Python and Excel. Wow. My dad was a data analyst. Honestly, if my dad wasn't a data analyst, I would not be here sitting before you doing what I'm doing. Because he would just he would get all these computers from work. Like he'd get a work computer and then they would become obsolete because computers were changing a lot at that time. And then he would bring it and give it to me and I would use it and I would be like, this is cool. And he would teach me stuff about computers. And I fell in love with it. So thank you to the data analysts of the world for existing. Hey, what's up? And Jack? You're CP. I'm kind of CP too. It's nice, honestly, like it's weird. It's wild to think about. It's wild to think about, like how it made such a huge difference in my trajectory. I vividly remember him having like a Visual Basic book. It was like dusty and yellowed, and it had just like these giant like rings binding it together. And I just like looking through it and seeing like this like code. I thought it was the coolest thing ever. But there was like I was like what 8 years old, right? I'm sitting down in Visual Basic like I'm gonna play Commander Keen. This doesn't seem fun. but that still that does something, right? It sinks in a weird way and it sticks with you. Oh my goodness. But welcome, Ann Jack. Good to see you. So okay. Why are my requests to move not even coming through? So where do we make the requests? Where do the requests actually happen? You know, he had a ThinkPad, but I never got his laptops. It was always like desktop PCs for some reason. It was desktops. I never got the laptops. But he, yes, of course, naturally, I assume. I mean, it had the little fuzzy button in the middle for the cursor. If that's not a ThinkPad, I mean. It is a nipple. It is what it is. Just one. 9 places. If we're moving horizontally and we press left, we have to already be moving horizontally. Are we still moving horizontally right now? We should be. Because I took out it unswitching that. With the 75 stream streak! What? a long time! Thank you! Thank you for hanging out with us, Anjac! Whoa. Is that a salute? I don't know what it is, but it's cool. Favorite streamer? Hey, what's up, Kai? Welcome. Damn, that is kind of you to say. I'm here. I'm here. Shoot. Right, is the direction where I want it to be? Does it say that we're moving horizontally? It does. It says we're moving horizontally. Okay. So let's see if this... Let's see if this is printing. It must be. This must be printed. I feel like I'm gonna save this and we're gonna see just a whole bunch of stuff. Why? Process control. How could that no? Oh, because we're returning. We're returning early. Right? Wait, the controls should be available though. The controls aren't available. What? Okay, that is actually ridiculous. Who said that? Who changed? Where does that? That doesn't even change in this script. What? It's local. It can only be true. But look, it's false. How does it become false? Am I doing a subathon? I am not. No. No. Why do you think that? No, the last time I did a subathon was years ago when I was switching from Twitch to YouTube. Even though now I stream on both again. But there was I spent a couple years where I was just only on YouTube. And when I was leaving Twitch to go to YouTube exclusively, I had like a cross-platform subathon. So I was live on Twitch, not on YouTube. It was like a farewell Twitch stream. And for every YouTube sub that we got, I would stream longer to try to get people from Twitch to know that I was going to YouTube. That was the last time I did a subathon. I think that stream came out to like 32 hours or something. It was ridiculous. But that was a long time ago. I didn't like it. It was too long. But it definitely gave that the YouTube channel a boost. What? How are I'm mystified by that. How could the controls not be available? What do they start out? Well, they start out as false. So are they're never getting set to true. Now that makes more sense. Okay. We're never getting here. Pressed. Oh. Oh. Does this ever become true? Yeah, I think I got a little sloppy in putting a lot of this together, actually. Wait, what? Oh, my bad. Okay, if dir pressed. Save it. Sloppy. Okay, so that is, so definitely it thinks we're pressing a direction. We aren't. Incorrect. Lise, I want you to forget about this. I don't know what the hell this is about. Why is this happening? I don't know, but I don't like it. I mean, this makes sense. Can we just throw this all in the trash, please? Just get rid of that. I feel like that's some leftover thing that isn't important right now. Okay, we run into the wall. It's still not seeing my input, but our control's available. This is just like, it just, basically this thing's got really complicated in here. I got lost. And now I'm digging my way out of the chaos. Controls are still not available. Well, you're never setting them to true, right? I mean, as soon as the thought battle, the player is created, well, I guess that does make sense. You kind of want to say, this is actually going to be figured out in time. Like, I want there to be, like, a timing thing where the player doesn't appear right away. Could you consider making this an externally called function? So do that, and then can we go to the thought battle? We've already got the player in there, and then I'm gonna say that when the thought window has animated in here, when that's finished, could you please give the players controls? So we're gonna say player controls availability true. Okay? Hopefully this will give me control over anything. So I should be able to move something other than left. Nice. Okay, can move left and right. This is good. Obviously the timing is off, but that's fine. At least we're freaking moving. Okay. So up and down is broken, but that's expected. Great. We can move left and right with no issue. Other than it's obviously slow, but that's on purpose. It's not as immediate as I'd want, but that's fine. And we can bump on the right wall, and we're good. Okay. Great. Very good. Now let me look at our outputs. Oh. We need to, okay, I need to fix some of my, at least I recommend pausing your console log before it crashes Godot. Okay. So what I do want to see, though, are the requests to move. Okay, so if I do this, let me make this a little bigger here. It's going to block out some of the screen. Propose to go from none to right, and we moved right. Now I'm going to propose to go left. It accepts that proposal. We went from right to left. Now I'm going to propose to go from left to right. It accepts that. Now I'm going to propose to go from right to up. It doesn't even register it. Okay. No problem. I feel like we're in control, and this is good. Okay, so now change direction. Change current direction. if moving horizontally, see, now this is the weird thing, right? This is saying, this isn't letting me move. This doesn't make any sense. It's not letting me request a different direction if I'm not already moving vertically. But I can't move vertically unless I start moving vertically. It doesn't make sense. Okay. So I don't give a crap if we're moving horizontally or vertically. You can request anytime you want. It just won't succeed, and that has nothing to do with what's going on here. Okay? Nothing. Flipping the sprite? Yes, that's relevant to whether we're moving horizontally or not. But you know what? Why don't you just put it in there twice? Just forget this. Goodbye. Get that out of here. Bring that in and just say, just do that. Forget the dir string right now. For 2 seconds. Just forget it. Okay? Just put this... Oh god, I got lost. Put this directly in there. Okay? Like that. Easy. Same thing here. Copy this. If we move to the right, just flip the sprite to the right. Okay? Get rid of this. Don't worry about this. You don't have time for coming up with slick ways to code it. I just need it to work. Then I can clean it up. But I don't even think that makes that much sense in the first place. So here, we'll continue to do our direction string, situation. Okay. We don't have sprite flipping yet for up and down, but we will. We do not want this to be gated. Okay, behind vertical or horizontal movement. We only want one at a time, so this becomes one giant elif. Alright? Try it. See if we can actually request moving up and down. I just had to like sit back. Take one line at a time. Okay, left and right. It's allowed. Okay, nice. I requested up and it was denied, which it should have been. So that was correct. So I'm gonna request up, it should be denied. Nice. All right, I'm gonna request down. This should be approved. Nice. Okay, it's still detecting too early. See, it shouldn't hit that soon. That's gonna cause us a lot of grief. What that's gonna do is we're going to go to the fourth dimension and we're going to like literally we're gonna break through the walls. So that's that we kinda can. It's actually not too bad. It's not too good either, but all right. Four-dimensional Pac-Man sounds awful. Just anything four-dimensional sounds terrible. I know somebody made like four-dimensional Minecraft, and it looked like it sucked. Unless you make me a four-dimensional being, I'm not interested. It's too hard. It's too hard. Could be a fun Easter egg in a game though. Just like there's like mysterious like instead of like having like normal like randomized events, it's like actually they're not randomized. Actually, it's just that they're on the fourth dimension. And if you figure that out, you can like be like an ultimate speedrunner. Why is that kind of cool though? You know what I'm talking about. It made a good video. I don't want to play it. I don't want things to vanish before my eyes. It's not that fun. The people who do like get it and appreciate it, it's fun to watch them have fun. So what's going on with that detection? Why is it so different for the vertical? It keeps happening. It keeps not letting the vertical... So the way that it works... Okay, let's go through this function. What the hell is going on here? It's a lot. There's a lot going on. So it's keeping track of 4 raycasts. There's a raycast that looks up. This is the player, okay? You can imagine this is the player. Boop, 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 boop. And there's a raycast that's looking up. There's a raycast that's looking to the left, to the right, and down. If any of those see a wall, then they're going to be like, bing, bing, bing. Okay? That bing, bing, bing means that they get added to the current directions unavailable array. So that array knows that we can't move to the left because the raycast sees that there's a wall on the left or the right or up or down. And then we have this function for simply just checking, hey, is this thing in there? Is this thing unavailable? Or is this thing available? All right. Now, every frame, we are checking to see what direction we're currently moving. When the game starts, we're already moving to the left. When the player presses left, right, up, or down, a new direction is requested. That direction will be denied if the current direction is unavailable that you're requesting. But if that direction is approved, this match statement kicks in. So we already are moving left when we start. Now it says currently not moving, which is a little misleading, because we are moving. But the way that the movement works, okay, there's our little spark. The way the movement works, let's say there's these grids, okay, grid, terrible, terrible grid. But you get the idea, I hope. So, the player starts out not moving. And then it checks here to say, am I moving to the left? Am I not moving? If those are both true, then it is going to update where we're going to 40 pixels or meters or whatever, 40 pixels ahead. 40 pixels ahead. In this case, behind. That's the movement factor, is 40, because that's how big the sprites are. 40 pixels. Okay? So the target becomes right here, in the center of the next grid block. Later on down here, it's going to actually move that sprite over to that new target. So we gradually move. At that point, we are moving. Then we're currently moving. As soon as the spark arrives at the new place, now we are not moving again. And then this runs, and it says, oh look, I'm moving left, and I'm not moving, so I'm gonna update my position 40 more this way. So it's kind of like you're just going like, doop, doop, doop. But it's so fast that it looks like this. Okay. So that's what that's doing. It's checking to see if we are arrived at the center of a grid point and we're moving left, right, up, or down. After it decides that we're moving up, left, right, down, or none, it's going to change currently moving to true. You have to wonder about that moving none, currently moving being true thing, but whatever, it's fine for right now. So it'll immediately set currently moving to true. Now we're matching it again. Literally the same thing. Match current direction moving. We're matching current direction moving again. But this time, we're just checking if we're moving horizontally, either left or right, or are we moving up or down. If we're moving left or right, we're going to update the X position of the player toward the target position. Same with up or down, except it's Y towards the target position, Y. Okay, so that's just how we move from the pink dot we were at to the pink dot we're supposed to get to. After that, if we're moving horizontally, which it will know because reasons, because if it's going to detect if we're moving left, that means we're horizontal. If it's right, we're horizontal. So that's already being set somewhere else. Could be more clear somewhere, but for now, that's the way it is. For right now, just trust that correctly it sets that we're moving horizontally or vertically. If we are moving horizontally and we've arrived at our position. So if the current position of the player is that target position, so it moves from one pink dot to the other pink dot. Once it gets there and it's still moving horizontally, at that moment, we are not moving. We cease to move. Same thing vertically. This is where something's wrong here. If we're moving vertically and we've arrived at our target, currently moving is false. If currently moving is false, that means by the time we come back up here, it'll be ready for us to update our position. If we are neither moving horizontally nor vertically, we just get out of here. Now, assuming we were either moving horizontally or we were moving vertically, and it got set to false, and we made it down here, so indeed, currently moving is false. We are then going to check to see if moving to the left is even allowed. If moving to the left is not allowed, and we are currently moving left, then we need our direction to be changed to none. So that when it cycles back around after it arrives at that pink dot, when it cycles back around, it should hit movable directions none, and then pass, basically just do nothing. Should we return at that point? We really just don't want to do anything. Right? We're done. I feel like this is a mistake, but I'm feeling a little crazy. I'm gonna change that. I might regret that. Don't let me forget I did that. So this stops us after we arrive to the pink dot. Very important. Or the grid center, the next grid target position. Same thing with moving to the right. if the right direction is not available, and we are currently moving right, then we need it to become none. Again, that should only matter after we already arrive. Okay, that is working. Where it doesn't work is somehow here. If we cannot move up, so that is to say, the vertical raycast pointing up, if it's colliding with a wall, then this is true. False. This is false. This is true. The condition is true, but is direction available is false. Up will not be available. So this resolves to true. If we can't move up, and we are currently moving up, then change our direction to none. Same thing with down. Can't move down, we are moving down, change it to none, so when we cycle back around after this movement is complete, it doesn't update our next target. I don't know what the problem is, but for some reason, what occurs is horizontally, it stops too soon and it doesn't let the player make it to the next grid. So let's look here. So you see that little blue line? It's kind of like an arrow. It's going to turn red and then we stop. You see how it turned red and then we stopped? So look, it turns red. It waits until we get to the center and then it stops. This is the correct behavior. Now, for whatever reason, if I move up here, okay, watch this arrow. It's gonna turn red early. Okay, that was even worse than I thought. We didn't stop me at all. Okay, let's see if this is firing. Don't know what that was about. If up isn't available and we're currently moving up, let's see if this is happening. Moving up, but you can't. When is that firing? It escaped! It did! Like, good, like, in a way, you know what? Good for it, honestly. Like, be free. But also, please don't. Okay, let's see if we can reproduce that, and I'm gonna try to keep an eye on what the, so I actually turned too early there. That's a bug, but we're not gonna worry about that right now. That's something I just didn't get to yet. Okay, it never fired! It never fired! This never became true. Good morning, prophets! Why did that never become true? It could leave a note. How rude! I feel so rejected. Does it happen for all of these? Like, is this not doing what I think it's doing? Moving right, but you can't. Moving left, but you can't. Moving down, but really, you can't. It's a little rude. I agree. That is the correct opinion. Okay, let me see if when we hit the right, if it is going to say, okay, it said moving left, but you can't. No problem. Let's move to the right. I will wait the whole time. And I would like it to say, moving right, but you can't. There it is. Moving right, but you can't. Okay. So let's turn. Move up. And that's just not gonna play. It never... Does it know? Okay, pause it. Do you know that we're moving up? That must not be getting updated. It's the only explanation. Right? Or it's among the few possible. Not even few. Okay, it says current direction 3. And current direction 3, I believe, is up. Is that down? 0, 1, 2. No, it's up. Okay, current direction is up. I will say, it seems to think we're moving both horizontally and vertically. That seems bad. Oh. Right. Okay. So yes, actually, this is something I forgot I needed to add back in. Coyote. Girl, you're right on time. Welcome. So I remember now, I cut out this false. We need to, okay. Look, if we're moving horizontally, we're not moving vertically. You know what I mean? Like, this is not that complicated. Horizontally. Let me see if that makes a difference. You went to bed and I just started? Yeah, I started late. I didn't mean to. I coded all day. I didn't mean to. But there was like one thing I wanted to fix and it turned into 80 things. And then I just coded all day. I do sleep. I do. Let's move up. See if it stops. That didn't matter. Okay, pause it. Does it at least say that we didn't move vertically? I'll be sleeping once in a while. Okay, it says we're moving not horizontally. At least there's that. Well, that wasn't the problem. It says we're moving up. It says we're currently moving. Well, what's the other condition then? The other condition is that it's not available. So is it not in the array as not available? Well, right now is not a good time to check because we're outside of it. So I would want to see that at the exact moment that we bump into that wall. So let's see if I can capture that moment. Well, actually, right now it should be that moment, truth be told. But first, I want to get into the... here. And we're going to pop open the array. So this is what this is recording. Is all of the unavailable directions. Unfortunately, it's just numbers. 0 is none. 1 is left. 2 is right. 3 is up. 4 is down. So right now it says that we can't move to the left and we can't move up. I agree. Oh, I'm gone, sorry. We can't move to the left and we can't move up. Accurate. So I'm gonna move to the right and then I'm gonna move up directly. So let's go right and up. Pause. Okay, at this moment, it says we can't move up and we can't move down. It knows that we can't move up and we can't move down. Your mom asked you about me? Oh. Your mom thought about the 1-hour jams? That's cool. Those jams were legendary. Oh my gosh. Wow. 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 I'm famous. Wow. Thank you for telling me that. There's no stopping the fleeing brain cells. The brain rot is inevitable. It is like a leaking brain, isn't it? Oh, that's so cool. Thank you for telling me that. What? Let's go. Thanks for like sharing what you get up to around here with your family. It's like what we do means something. I like that. So why doesn't it, tell me why you don't mean to stop or something. We are moving direction 3. Direction 3 is in the unavailable array. We are currently moving because we haven't arrived at our target. Our target is 360. The player is at 327. Lise, I want you to consider the possibility that the arrival at the target position is, for whatever reason, harder for it to calculate vertically than it is horizontally. And that right here, where we say the position is directly set to, is too hard for it to catch. So why don't we try something else? We're definitely moving vertically. I wonder if this isn't happening. I do. Can I just print this real quick? Arrived at vertical pause. So we should pass this, and I should see that print. Like in a second here. If everything is correct. It didn't print. Okay. Very interesting. Very interesting. So let's try this. And is equal approximately position Y to target position Y. All right, let's just be a little more general about it and see if that lets it grab it. Maybe we're just being, we're saying a very single tiny little point. If you hit that very single tiny little point, I don't know why it works fine horizontally. All right, we're gonna go up. I'm gonna go up right here. Boop. See if it hits it now. Okay, question. What the hell? Number 1. Number 2. What? Right? Is it this and? Oh. Wait a minute. I feel like this elif is out of control. Oh, I don't know. Why are you checking the horizontal and vertical? Do you need to? Is that necessary? This is kind of, I don't really know how to write this. Can we try something? Can you tell me that this one is working? This is a little over my head. This is like making that makes my brain get a little tangled. Okay, let's see if the left-right one shows arrived at horizontal. Yeah, so that one's showing up constantly. It sees that we arrive at it constantly. Moving left, but you can't. But it doesn't see it vertically. Why? What's so different about the vertical position? It just seems weird. Let's look at the numbers as they move. Ideally, I could rope in the target, but I don't know if they'll all fit. Not quite. Target 280. By 0. Okay, we're gonna move up. Can we just pause it? Pause it for a second, pause it. We're currently at 475.34. The target is 0. Oh, why is the target 0? That's not right! What are you doing? What are you doing being 0? Who said that was allowed? Couldn't be me. Okay. Target position Y. Movement directions up. Match. I mean, it looks correct, but it obviously isn't. It needs to be set as not moving. Yeah, but Lise, think about it. If you move while... If you move while... You're currently moving, it's never gonna set a wide target. So there needs to be a separate thing checking for if you are moving while moving. This is only checking if you change this. Oh, the only thing, this needs to be in a function. The only thing that this does is it tells us where we need to go next. If we have arrived at the center of a grid point. So the only way the top and bottom would work is if I happen to press up or down. The top or bottom collision would work is if I happen to press up or down right when I was in the middle, which is like not gonna happen. Okay, this is interesting. So, wow. Remind me why we're making sure... Yeah, because if we're currently moving, we want that to be ignored. That's part of the idea of that. Okay. So what if... Oh, it's... It's almost like it's okay. I think I get it. I think I know what to do. If... Can we say when not currently moving or moving vertically. If you're moving vertically, you can move left or right. Hell yeah. If you're moving horizontally, you can switch to up or down. Please do. That would be great. I would really appreciate it if you would do that. What happens? This has to do it. Come on! It has to do something! Something different. Okay, left and right still works fine. Let's try to move up here. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's look at the values, because even if effectively it didn't make a difference, did it do something else different? This is confusing. I'm gonna be honest, I might have to sleep on it. I don't want to sleep on it, but like I really didn't want to stream too much longer tonight for obvious reasons. I guess I did assume that this wouldn't be as scary as it would be, but it's okay. It's okay. I'm loving it. I love every second of it. I don't want to try to I don't want to drop this in a chat bot and speed it up. I want this. I want this. Okay? Sometimes I want things that take a long time. All right, target position X was 280, which is where we've arrived. Our current position Y is 600. It says we're moving horizontally. Technically, that's not true. Oh. Number one, that's not true. So how do we know when we've stopped? It's kind of like a special thing, isn't it? Like whenever it flags us as, hey, in the next cycle, you have to stop. And then we stop. That's a different vibe. Basically, nothing here is happening. So I guess that would be, if this happens, you too want to be able to phase through walls. Never have to worry about losing your keys again. Wait, why? Why would that make you not worry about losing your keys? You wish you could find the energy and willpower to adopt my want and attitude to figure things out? You can. Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. I hope you can. I mean, wanting to. The fact that you wish that is promising for you, honestly. Movable directions, none. Like, can I make this? Can I make that? I gotta figure out where to set these to false. Like somewhere. Somewhere. I'm not sure where. This doesn't seem like the right place. But I don't care. What do you think it would take for you to be able to have that want and willpower? You don't have to answer that if you don't want to. Okay, you have to probably restart it. Because it's like instant, so it's not gonna hot reload in the same way. Okay. Oh wait, pause it. I want to see the datum change. as it happens. Okay. I'm looking here. I'm looking right here. Moving horizontally, moving vertically. I want to see that moving horizontally. Go to false. Okay, unpause. Damn. It did not. Yeah, because I don't think it's gonna make it there. But where I ran into issues was if we change it to none, that was a problem. I think that might be old news. I think you might be able to comment this back in. Give it a shot. I'm scared, but try it. You have to remember not to make excuses, like you're too tired or you don't have time. Heard. Sometimes, at work, etc., you don't have to. Right. Sometimes you don't have time. But if you do have time, it's usually worth it. Yeah. Totally. It's that getting started thing, right? Sometimes I feel like a little wind up toy. If I can be all wound up, but if I'm not placed in front of the direction that I want to go, well, too bad. I'm going in that direction because that's where I've been placed. And so, yeah, if we just place ourselves in the direction we actually want to go and just get that started, it's like that hyper focus can kick in, and then you're just like continually going. Interesting. Good answer. Oh yeah, we have to make sure the thought battle exists. Pause it please so I can study as it happens. Click into the player node, hop over here, and hope that this becomes false or something. Okay, it became false. This is good. Now, can I move to the right? Yes. I move to the left? Nice. Okay. That's probably a good thing. That it's accurately reflecting what's happening. Alright, let's try to move up. Alright, it's switched from horizontal to vertical. Good. Now I'm probably still gonna run into through a damn wall, but down is denied, 1 is allowed. See, look down! That collided! Notice how I can't move down. Oh yeah, because there's a wall. Okay, go up a little bit. Move right, move down. See, now things get weird there. Down. Why does down work? I know I'm way off screen. Down is working just fine. Don't burn yourself out though. Capitalism mixed with depression can mess your head up. True that. True that. So can I move? Have I been able to move down? I pressed down and moved me up. Look. 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 I proposed that we go from right to down. And it said it changed us to down. I am moving up. Why did it move back down? What's happening? What are you talking about? You can't just say that. Been there, done that. That's why you don't always know when you're making excuses versus sporadic self-care or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the making excuses thing could definitely be self-defeating. Like framing it that way as an excuse. Not necessarily. I don't know. I don't know your situation. But when you say that, that makes me think that it could be. Because if you don't know if it's self-care or excuses, and you're just blanket assuming it's an excuse, or not even taking the moment to actually suss out which it is. I feel like even just starting with that is a step forward. Like you get home from work and you're friggin' tired, you know, you make a snack, you're like, okay, I could sit down in front of the computer or I could sit down in front of the television. Which is it gonna be? I mean, sometimes that's the same place, but you know what I mean. I could pull up YouTube or I could pull up, you know, Game Maker. Which is it gonna be? I understand. If, I don't know if this is what you're experiencing, but I can relate to being in that moment and thinking, oh man, you're not gonna pick Game Maker, are you? You're gonna pick YouTube. Oh, there I go. Oh, I opened it up. Well, I guess I just don't have time. I guess it's just another excuse. There I go, making more excuses. I guess I'm just too tired, right? Instead of taking that moment and saying, wait a minute. How do I feel right now? Am I tired? I don't think this is a good time for me to do game dev. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. It's hard for me to tell right now. I'm not 100% sure. And because I'm not sure, I choose to not blame myself for making whichever choice I make right now. Even just taking that moment to evaluate and question. Like literally, if that's all you do from now on after this conversation, that is going to help you. Because day after day, week after week, month after month of interrupting that assumption of maybe I'm making an excuse, suddenly it doesn't become the task that you want to do doesn't become burdened with negativity, with this self-flagellation. Not saying you're self-flagellating, but I can relate to, based on what you're saying, and kind of recognize that just like that repeated like beating down on ourselves, right? Even if it's just like a little like flick, just a little bit, it adds up. And yeah, just interrupting yourself in that moment can be a really powerful thing. Is all I'm saying. Anjek says, I go through very similar mental processes. Something I've been working on is realizing that if it's just me talking to myself in my head, it's not making excuses. It's different parts of my brain wanting to do different things. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, just question that language. And you are doing that by saying maybe it's self-care. Keep doing that. That's good progress. Like, this is good work. The fact that you even said that is good work right here. Nicely done. What's going on with down? It moved up! What do you think the target is? Is it gonna be like 0 or something? Just tell me. Because if it's 0, that would actually make sense why it's moving up. That would make perfect sense, because 0 is up there. It must, there's no, I will accept, yep. Look, why 0? Came for the game dev, stayed for the therapy. Hey, you know what? I think I feel like people who come here and stay here most of the time, I'm not saying everyone, but probably most of the time, are people who who recognize that ADHD, ADHD, autistic experience. So, you know, we might as well swap notes. We might as well. That's it, I am not a medical professional. Okay. Why are you doing 0? I told you you were allowed, if we're moving the opposite direction, to update the target. What's going on? What's going on? Y'all, you know if I copy and paste this in a chatbot in about 10 seconds, it's gonna be like, oh, it's this line. It's gonna tell me, it's gonna be like, right there, right there. I'll be like, okay, you're right. And it gets down to that cost-benefit analysis. Like, am I actually gonna benefit more from sitting here trying to find it myself? Maybe. Well, I don't have to sit here and find it myself. I could get up, come back, and then find it. Also an option. It just goes to 0. Even though I explicitly try to tell it. I mean, this must not be happening. But it moves. It changed it. How does it? I don't understand how it moves up anyway. How does it even do that? How does it focus on the white? Well, at least because this is working. This is working right here. That is functioning correctly. It's moving towards the target position. That target position is not updated. That's gotta be it. It has to be that. It has to be that. That kind of makes sense, doesn't it? That kind of makes sense. Because it's never going to get back here. I feel like currently moving needs to become false. Or this needs to be, this code needs to be blocked. We need to block this code from being accessed. Somehow, for some reason, at some point. It's gotta be it. It must be it. I feel like this left and right, this horizontal and vertical stuff, they need to be separate. I'm putting them too close together. And then they don't know how to oppose each other. That's what I think. So clearly, we are moving, which means this gets ignored. Even though I said it doesn't have to be not moving, I still think it's getting ignored. And at that moment, the target position is not set, it's just 0. But we stop moving towards X, which is good. We start moving towards Y, which is also good. We could say, I mean, look, it will never be 0. It won't. We could say if it's 0, change it. But the reality is that's still not gonna work, because then it'll work once and then it won't work ever again. Right? Or something. There needs to be like a change, like perpendicular direction. There needs to be something that specifically says we are changing our perpendicular direction, and therefore everything is different now. That has to be taken very, very seriously. I want to tell you something, Elise. You need to consider that I don't know you want those to be very separate. I don't know. Oh, this is hard. This is hard. I don't know if I can fully do this. I think I have to come back to this. I just think I have to come back to this. Like, I want to just grind this out for days and days. But you know what? You know what I believe? Okay? I believe that if I just like step away from this and like go to bed right now, I lie down in bed and I'm just like, what the hell? Why did that? You know, I'm gonna come up with a different way, because right now I'm just like locked into like, okay, here I built this way, I put this here, I did that here, I did that there. Now, okay, now that needs to be here. Okay, but maybe that's there. No, wait, right? But if I step away right now and go somewhere else and do other things, I basically take that structure and I say, get out of here. Go away. And maybe in my brain it's still kind of there, but I can now construct a new structure away from the context of being stuck in this. And then I can come back and be like, I got it. Now I know what to do, right? I really believe that, and I want that. I'm telling you, y'all, I could copy this, drop it into Gemini, put it in Claude code right now, and they would solve this. We'd be done in 10 minutes tops. But I want to improve how I anticipate logical messes, so I can avoid them in the future and just like flow code. It's not, I would have, before 2023, 2022, I would have said vibe code, but we can't anymore. Flow code. I want to be able to get in the flow zone. You know? I love that. And I think that I want to use this as an opportunity to practice it. A logical mess. A mess of logic. It is a little contradictory. It is. Well, yeah, that's why it's a mess. Exactly. You now understand. I have to do what I have to do. I don't want to do, believe me, I'm fighting my hyper focus right now, which is very hard, but I have to learn how to fight my hyper focus. I have to, because if I don't, I stay up all day and I don't sleep, and then my schedule's all messed up, and that's not good. So the right thing to do, hard as it is, get out of the froze zone and enter the flow zone. I like that. Oh, that's good. That's so good. Get out of the froze zone and enter the flow zone. Wait, that's good. You know, like an ice cube. Wait, that's super good. That's what I was thinking. That goes on a t-shirt. You gotta freaky. All you gotta do is have an ice cube and then some melted ice. Honestly, we cooked. Okay. That was total teamwork. I know. Should I add that to the? I haven't. Yeah, I think I am logged in. I haven't added to this in a long time. But we technically do have a place for things that we've come up with together that could go on merch. Because one day there will be Hyper Game Dev merch, okay? Not yet, because it's expensive. You have to invest money. At least the way that I want to do it, you have to invest money first. Channel stuff? Is it in channel stuff? Shared? it certainly sounds like it would be channel stuff, doesn't it? Oh yeah, okay, that's emotes, redemptions, merch. Okay. And it's just, you know, it's a work in progress. It can evolve. It can evolve. Okay. Get out of the frozone and enter the flow zone. It's so good though. Can we get the wrapping? Can you do the wrapping? Yes. Nice. Okay, that is me plus me concept and Jack. Language. Love it. Love it. +1 lady of code. No, not like math. Oh, is that why I put that in quotes? +1 lady of code. Okay, it's there. It's there to be considered, for our consideration. Alright, let me scroll up. Vintage says, one of the most important experiences I had was when I finished one of my previous big projects and realized it didn't magically fix everything. Oh! Don't chase the bag. Do what you gotta do. Damn, that sounds intense though. Good, like, self-reflection, like, to realize it, right? But I guess how could you not? It, like, smacked you in the face. Like, artistic endeavors are self-pursuits, is what I mean. Yes. While money can sometimes be earned, the reason people do it is more self-serving than young people realize. Totally. Oh my gosh. Totally. I don't, look, I can't speak for every culture, everything, but I know where the way I was raised was, you know, you get out, you're about to end high school, we call it, right? 12th grade, whatever. People call it different things in different countries. But you decide on a university to go to. What are you really good at? What are you interested in? You're gonna spend tens of thousands of dollars, potentially, or at least invest tons of time, in this one specific task. This one area of concentration. And it's incredibly important that you do that, because the rest of your life will depend on it. Because it is going to be the way you make money, and if you don't make money, you will die. it's like, oh, jeez, okay, I better really want to do this. I'm, how old? I'm 16? Okay, yeah, I can make this decision. I can make the decision for the rest of my life. That's the most important decision I could possibly make. Totally, yeah, I got this. I couldn't. But I did. And I was wrong. It wasn't the right decision. But that mentality sticks with you, right? That mentality of like when you say that young people thing, right? Of just like persistently worrying about, oh God, this isn't the right thing. I don't know if I can do this, but what if I don't? Everyone's gonna be disappointed and I'm gonna screw up and I'm not gonna get a job. Whatever. And it's like the things, and this is what's kind of sad, is the thing that we're like the most passionate about, like under this paradigm I'm describing, the thing that we're the most passionate about kind of gets freaking squashed. How many people do you know, if not yourself, who have gone through that? They were an amazing this, an amazing that. They were super interested in it. They love doing it. Maybe that's you. And you felt like that's what you had to do with your life. Whether it's university or you studied it on your own or you just felt like you had to try to get a job in it. You tried to make it your job and it was just like, ugh, I hate this thing now. Something like that. I'm not saying it's exactly what you're saying, Finch, but I relate to that. Like, at first you said young people, I was like, but then I was like, no. At first I was like, and then I was like, because relatable. I mean, it's so sad, I think, the way that our artistic endeavors can be funneled into this, you have to try to make money with it. Or I think some of our families also will say, you can't make money with that. Do something else. Which can also be squashing in a different way. But it's true. It's true. Like, I say it and I mean it, damn it. I'm here doing game dev as a hobby. Sometimes people come through and they're like, why are you doing game dev? Why are you doing game dev? Why don't you do web dev? There's no jobs in game dev. I'm like, first of all, not technically true, but I get what you mean. You're right. It doesn't pay as much if you're lucky to get the gig. And two, look, I'm not trying to get a job. I'm not trying to make a living doing this. I like doing it. I want to do it. I want to do what I want to do. But it gets tough when you're, you know, like what Space is describing, or others. I know many of y'all have come through and talked about this. Balancing your work life with that thing you want to pursue. That's hard. Really, really hard. An internalized need. And Jack said that can also sometimes happen because when you lie down, you shift the blood in your body, so more oxygen. I think I know what to do. No, I'm just kidding. I know that's not what you meant, but I thought I would try it. I thought it was worth a try. 15+ minute of aerobic exercise can also do that. Yeah. Oh, I need to do that. I need to exercise sometimes. I need to once in a while. I should. Yeah, that's a good idea. You're absolutely right, though. You're absolutely right. I know, look, my heart wasn't in it. My heart wasn't in it. I bet if my heart was in it. But it's that combination of things. It's the combination of things. You're lying down. You're removing yourself from the situation. That does make sense, though, doesn't it? Yeah. But I got really excited. I kind of wanted to see if I could feel it. I do feel different. I'm not going to act like I don't feel different. Because I do. That Mike is entering the zone with me. We're in the zone. Staying up all day is better than staying up all night. What does that mean? What does that mean? Perhaps. We melted. I don't get distracted by wondering what Untitled spreadsheet is. I would be distracted, but I don't want to open it right now because it might be something I'm like, oh, stream, no, so there's nothing to see here. Just being live. I mean, I would like to think I wouldn't do that, but you don't know. If it's untitled, you can't be sure. So we're not gonna touch it. If I wasn't here right now, I would definitely check it. Okay, you know what? Here, I'll check it out. You're actually right. Here, you're so right. Let's check it out. See? I just make it go away. I make it go away. It's fine. Okay. Duh. Okay, let me see what that is. What is that? Yeah, I mean, actually, oh, that's my taxes, is what that is. Yeah, definitely should not have put that up there. Yeah, that would have been bad. Isn't that something? You see, we make the right decisions. It is related to hyper game dev. I'm gonna delete it. I'm deleting it. It was taxes. We had that, the right choice was made. Okay, and the other one is actually when I was trying to figure out my stream schedule, I pulled the time stats. Is what that is. But I don't need that either. Get it out of here. Okay? Problem solved. You make a good point. You said that to me, and now I can't stop thinking about it. I actually just found a couple more. Oh yeah, this was like member gifting stats. That one's fine, that can stay. It's not very useful. I can't, what, I'm not gonna make you see what I'm doing right now. Blame Lady of Code, member gifting stats. I'm very influenceable. Okay? I'm weak. Okay, one more. What is this? Same thing. It's literally the same thing. It's trash. Alright, we back. We are so back. Hello. I have cleaned it up. All is well. Thank you. You are error. We end up swapping exactly, right? Right. It's I think it's really weird this way that like this pressure is put. Cuz even if like some like parents are like open about the fact that it could change, like at least in my country, you pretty much have to devote yourself if you're going, unless you're not, but you if you're going to go to university or college, you must spend money. And even if it's like, you can always change, okay, but I just spent $10 to $30 to $40 to $50,000 that I don't have. On something that I'm just gonna not want to do anyway. Space is laggy. I was never an amazing this or that, but yeah, to all the rest. I mean, you lucked out then. Really? Like, or even just, you don't have to be amazing, just interested, right? I feel like they often push us into what we're interested in, too. Why we gotta do everything for the hustle? You know why. You know why. The owning class wouldn't have it any other way, comrade. You built a DIY escape room in your bedroom? That's awesome. Wait, what, who... Do you play the escape room? Or is it for like somebody else? It's delightful. That's game dev, by the way. You probably know that, but I'm just saying. Time for some crunches. Stay on your head. Stay on your head. That'll make you feel different. Absolutely not. No. Untitled tax document. That's true, or I could just delete it so nothing ever happens bad ever again. Hello. Oh, look who decided to join us. Welcome. What's up with you? How you doing? Yeah. No, I understand. I understand. I hear you. You're right. Young man, you are right. He's a cool cat.
He wants some attention.
Yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Sweet boy. Sweet, sweet boy. There's a cool musician-composer called Laurie Spiegel. She wrote music on computers in the 70s and coded a Mac Atari music app in the 80s. Whoa. Cool. Can I, like, find this? Like, I want to find that. Laurie Spiegel. Dope. Cool. Wait, she's still doing the damn thing. She out here still doing it. Look. Oh, I can't show you because otherwise we'll lose the cat and that would be tragic. But she's still out here doing it. Alright, let me add it. Let me add it to my library. Laurie Spiegel. Yes, found it. 2019. Oh, it's trippy. It's psychedelic stuff, too. Nice. Love that. Thanks for the rec. Sorry, I didn't mean to upstage the cat. Says she was drawn to computer music as accessible to everyone, like modern folk music. That's nice. Space says, I like the idea of making computer games not as a job or commercial endeavor, but as a modern, accessible folk art. Wait, that's badass. Wait, that's radical. I like that. Making games not as a job or commercial endeavor, but as a modern, accessible folk art. I mean, I think, like, you look around on itch.io at the different things people are putting up there, itch.io, whatever you want to call it. I see that. I see that. That's cool. Wow. Doesn't that make you just want to, like, create a platform? Oh, let's make a platform. No, I don't know, like something where people can, like, share their folk games. What would a folk game be? You're showing your cat my cat. Hey, Pon, what's up? Good morning. A lot of indie games are exactly that. Yeah, exactly. The influencer becomes the influencee. Some countries have higher education for free, as it should be. Agreed. Lady built the escape room for their partner to do. And the bedroom was the only place to reasonably hide stuff without him noticing. I see. I mean, look, if you can put an escape room together for yourself and still not, I was like, still not be able to figure it out. I was imagining you like had like some like randomization algorithm in your house. That's so fun! Wait, you built an escape room for your partner? Why is that so nice? Wait, I want to build an escape room for somebody. Cause it's not like, I mean, games are different, like video games. If you're playtesting with people you know, it could be different. An escape room. I think people you know can playtest that pretty well. It's funny how you ran to get things in place every time he left the house. It's been like a building thing. like a long-term building thing. I'm inspired by this. There's a little kittle. There's a little kittle. Yes. Isn't it, Space? Oh, he's tasting. You become awake enough to remember the difference between an escape room and a panic room. They can be the same thing. Wouldn't panic rooms be a lot more fun if they also had an escape component? I would think so.
He jump.
Cutest little squinchy eye sleep. Yes, he does. She's a music app? Badass. Alright, I'll look into it. You know what I'm going to look into right now, YouTube and Twitch? We're going to look into who we can raid. I'm going to sleep on this movement thing. It turned out to be a little bit more complicated than I expected. So that's okay. I'm fine with that. So don't go anywhere, YouTube. We will take this journey somewhere. Hit the like button if you're watching on YouTube. I'd appreciate that. It helps a lot. Let's see who else is streaming. I'll be back on Monday. Actually, not just for members. We do this thing in the morning, in the beginning of the stream, where anyone can join, but you do have to sign up at patreon.com/hypergamedev. You can actually go to hypergame.dev to learn more about it. I'll tell you more about that in a second. We've got Mr. D-Boy, I Heart Funny Boys. Whoa! I Heart Funny Boys is already live again? Oh my gosh. 3 hours ago. She's coding. She's coding! Alright? I think this is the way to go. Of course, thank you for being a part of the stream. Let's set up that YouTube raid. Thank you. We go to our settings. We scroll down. We hit edit. We find customization. Redirect. This is how you do it on YouTube. It kind of sucks, but it works. I Heart Funny Boys. Alright. So here's the deal with the Monday thing. That's the next stream. Obviously Wednesday, Friday, I'll be back doing the thing we do here. If you had to, if you don't have to, but if you want to, hypergame.dev, the link was in the chat just there. It will tell you that you need to join the Patreon if you want to. And you connect to Patreon. Actually, I think it's just gonna do it for me since I'm already logged in. And when you do that, when you connect them up, it'll look like that. Press allow. And this is where you're gonna find the stream. There's gonna be a post right here. When it's ready, you'll get to see the last feedback stream. We do a game feedback stream. Do you have a game? Do you have a project? Do you have something you want to share? Something you're experimenting with? Feel free to join the queue. How do you do that? Click on this little tabby right there. And then you can fill out this form. Look at this. We can say, my game. We can say, it's something. Fill out these questions. Okay? Come down here, submit it, and it's going to literally pop up right there. And then on Monday, I go through and we play them and we talk about your project, and it's really cool. And then if you miss it, you can always come back to this page and then get the VOD. So that's the next time we stream is Monday, and then Wednesday and Friday after that. If you want no pressure on this either, drop that raid message. What you can do is you can copy that and paste it. Oh, they're gone on Twitch. They're gone on Twitch! YouTube though, feel free to copy and paste that good old message right there, and drop it in when we get there. Now, if you don't have autoplay on YouTube, it might not bring you right to the stream, so you might have to press a little button in the chat window. Alright, I'll see you there with iHeart. And I'll see you Monday or Wednesday. Goodbye, y'all.